No mai, haere mai. Very warm welcome. Susie was talking. A very warm welcome to everybody to our first Cyclone Recovery Committee meeting. Welcome to councillors. Welcome to our partners from the RPC and the Māori Committee. Welcome online to you, Tanya Hopmans. Welcome to our staff and welcome to any public who are joining us today. It's a real pleasure to have made it here and to have such a full agenda of so many work streams that we're undertaking to make a difference in the recovery and do the work that we are committed to doing as quickly as possible to make our people safe. So I had a lot to say really in the opening of this meeting, but I found that they didn't come across so well in English, and I took the opportunity to ask Thompson if he would open the meeting for me to bring some of the thoughts and feelings that are in our community in the way that he seems to do so well, and he agreed. So thank you, Councillor Hokianga.
E ka tigara ka tuku atu na whakaro me ki nei, ki te kawa tiki o te tapu o te rangi e tū nei, te kawa tiki o te tapu. Te papa e takoto nei, kia rarau tia nui tia, roa tia whakauru atu rā ki ngā hua tapu o Māui mua, Māui roto, Māui pai, Māui taha, Māui tiki a taranga ki te matau a Māui, hoi kia piri, hoi kia tata, kia whakauru atu rā ki te tihi o whakarauora, o rongo nui, o rongo roa, o rongo ue, kia uhi mai, te Māori, whakahokia mai rā te Māori tike, te Māori nōrunga, nōraro, whiti, eke, tau te Māori, haumie, hui e, tāi ki e. Nā whakaaro nui atu ki a rātou kua ngaro i te tirohanga kānohi, i te wā o te huripari, no reira ngā mate, o te rā, o te wiki, o te marama o te tau, o ki rawa atu koutou, me ki nei, i ngā wai tuki i te hau tā hengi, ki te ahuru mō wai roki, moi mai, oki tonu mai, hoki mai rā ki a tātou, ka tahi anō kia puta ake i te pakanga, tēnei pakanga nui o tātou, arā atu ana, ko wai puke tia, e ngā wai o parawhenua mea, i tā tātou ni whenua, me ki, i mātou ni kaupapa kōrero, me pēhia, te whakaora, ake anō te Māori, tā tātou nei whenua, tātou nei whare o tirā, te oranga, tonutanga ki roto i te pūmanawa o te tangata, aha koa, ko wai, no wai, kaiwhia. No reira, tēnā tātou ko hau mai tawhiti. Huri atu au ki te reo prawa kia whakamohio atu ai ki te nuinga, ki te menenga, a ngā kaunei, a wairua nei, tēnā tātou katoa e te tiamana, tēnā noho ki koe, e whakahaerihia nei i tēnei komiti o tātou i tēnei wā, koutou, kai te rorohiko, e Tanya, hau mai ki te kaupapa nei, tēnā tātou katoa. So just briefly, I've been asked to, as our chair for this session has described, to impart some thoughts, and part of that is to acknowledge the memory of our loved ones and to invite them into the proceedings today, into the experience. In particular, the memory of those that now reside among the spirits of our ancestors and those that we lost during the time of Cyclone Gabrielle. We also acknowledge the grief and the impacts that, I guess, in a Māori worldview way, we might describe as the different domains of the environment, or the children of Rangi and Papatūānuku were bickering. And so we just acknowledge these views, because these views are part of the mana whenua, and the mana whenua acknowledge that toitu te whenua ngaru ai te tangata. And that saying simply refers to that when our time on earth comes to an end, the land remains. And we acknowledge the importance of the land, for we are the land and the land in us. Hoi anō, Ka te ake rā ngā kupu kōrero, we ask that we ask the land to rejuvenate itself, we ask the land to take hold of its mauri, and we ask the land to share that mauri, the mauri ora, the mauri tike tike, so that we can embark on the journey to our recovery and what our regional recovery looks like. Mai te maunga o whakapunake, tai ake rā, ki te poranga hau, te matamata i te poroporo. So from our Wairoa whanaunga in the north, down to our tamatea whānau in the south, and all of the whanaungatanga aspects in between. Today, we hope that we can find some solutions, some resolutions, and that we can embark on this journey together. We ana te whare, tēnā koutou, katau, kei raro. Puia.
Thank you. Conflicts of interest declarations, are there any? You're welcome to raise those through items as they arise as well. There are no minutes to confirm as this is our first meeting. So now I'd like to very warmly welcome Tom Belford and Phil Schofield from the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust. You will remember, councillors who were here previous to this term, the establishment of this and Regional Council's investment in the establishment of the trust. And this is an update from the trustees on the work that they have done and are doing, and the bright and beautiful future that awaits us through the work that they're doing.
Thank you very much. Is that working? We welcome the opportunity to address you today. It's been a long-awaited meeting, and we've presented you with our annual report, but we'll take that as read because quite a lot of water's gone down our river since that was prepared nearly a year ago. To update you on our activities and our program, then we've had a couple of changes on our trust board. Our chair, Liz Krawczyk, had another baby last year, and she retired to look after her increasing young family. Tamaikin, a Central Hawke's Bay trustee, retired also to do more work on his businesses, and we've added 2 new trustees, Willie White and Tania Kerr, who add a lot of strength and governance knowledge to our board. As you can see, we're a well-represented board, and Will, who's on our board, also is on this council. The work that the trusts do is very much in line with the work streams you're going to talk about today. We're all about inspiring, promoting, celebrating profitable farming systems that enrich the environment and the community, a lot like Thompson was describing in his address. To do this, the trusts are agreed in these principles of building soil health and building soil carbon. And it's interesting today that Damien O'Connor has announced that soil carbon needs to be part of the offsets for farmers and farming communities. We know that if we build soil carbon and promote soil health on farms, we'll have better water quality, we'll have more vibrant communities, we'll have better biodiversity, and animal welfare will be good. We also support smart technologies that support these changes into healthy farming systems. Some of our activities then, and these have really accelerated since our annual report, but we build knowledge and share it through a monthly newsletter, which now goes out to more than 500 people. We get more than 1,000 visits a month to our website now, so the awareness of our activities is growing. Last year we had a really big evening with Damien O'Connor and Rod Oram at Toi Toi, which was very well attended. We've held workshops on soil carbon farming, on how to do regenerative agriculture. And increasingly we're working with farmer groups, catchment groups, and our Crown Research Institutes to explore evidence building for regenerative farming principles. Some of our projects that have been of interest and will be of interest to you is the soil carbon audits we did out of Pātauka on 3 dairy farms. These clearly demonstrated differences in soil carbon that may be attributable to farm management systems. New Zealand's soils are high in carbon, but we can increase them much more. We've proven that. The environmental modelling using E2M, Barry Riddler's program, very interesting model that does show you that the profitable sweet spot is also the environmental sweet spot. And these are the kind of technologies we need to be rolling out to farmers to make change much easier for them. The Carbon Positive project kicked off late last year, and I'll talk more about that. We're working hard now on lifting performance under pastoral farms and sequestering carbon under pastoral farms. They're interrelated, and that work stream is something that is gathering momentum. We don't yet have a government-funded program. We're working with the New Zealand Agricultural Research Consortium in Palmerston North and farmer groups and processors. The Soil Carbon Positive project was announced finally by MPI in December last year, and we managed to grow a crop in our first season last summer. This work is a partnership with Landwise. The research is being done at the Landwise micro farm, and our sponsors, besides yourselves and the MPI, include Heinz Waddy and McCain's. These are companies, global processing companies that recognise the need for sustainable regenerative farming systems and increasingly telling their suppliers they need to have a good environmental story when they're growing crops. We're also working in this program with Manaaki Whenua, Plant and Food Research and Ag Research, the Crown Research Institutes and Massey. MPI, through their SFFF, are really encouraging collaboration between these groups of scientists, something that I haven't seen in my career, which has been long. The Carbon Positive trial out at Landwise, we grew this sweet corn crop and harvested it a couple of weeks ago. And as I'm addressing you today, Dan will be at the Landwise conference giving the results of this trial work. Quite exciting. You can see there's 4 replicates there in that picture and 3 treatments in each replicate. We grew about the same sweet corn crop with each treatment. This is very early in a 6-year trial. Other research we've become involved in at Pukawa on farm research, another project that you guys are funding through MPI and SFFF. This is a group of people we got together last week on that farmlet study to talk about the regenerative system, talk about how to improve it, what it's delivering, and how to best manage it with our animals. Looking forward then, the principles that the Future Farming Trust work, the principles that we think are important, and we've all had a big shock and a big reminder that climate change is with us now. Hot, dry, lumpy climate with plenty of rain and big lumps and very strong winds, all things that our farmers need to get ready for, and that's urgent, getting increasingly urgent. And we think that the principles that the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust are working to help farmers with are very much the work streams you're going to be talking about today. We need to think about how we can collaborate and work and get that message out there to farmers. An interesting thing that really helps us in this regard is that all the global food markets are saying we need food that's got a good environmental story and a good carbon story. and these are the kinds of farming systems we need to champion. We know how to do them, we just need the evidence so that we can build that evidence base for our farming communities. I guess I've covered all of these things, so I'd encourage discussion now on a way forward.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wonder if, as a representative on the board, you might like to add something before we open to some questions.
Thanks, Chair. I think Phil and Tom done a pretty good job there explaining what we're all about. And so I've been on the trust for just in my 4th year now. So when I joined council as the council representative. So back then, very early stages, it was still getting set up, but it's been great to be a part of and see the traction it's really starting to get now around some co-funding and project setups. As Phil said, it's pretty exciting, that carbon positive project with the crops. We always think of alternative farming methods and livestock, but what can we do around cropping? So that's pretty exciting. Look, really keen to hear the questions. This will be the first time they've presented to some of the new councillors here, so quite keen to see where the gaps are in terms of the understanding.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
Look, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know much about you, and I should know more about you, and because the case of what you've got there is compelling. And the thing that's running through my mind as you're presenting is, are you getting, to use Will's word, traction among farmers? Is it too early for that at the moment, or is?
Yeah, we see our role as evidence building more, because the farming practices that we believe are the best for the environment and the future of particularly our pastoral farming, farmers are not yet common practice and to require a change away from current best practice, which is more of a chemical, technical input farming system.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Philip, Tom. Look, without wanting to belittle everything that you've said and coming from a background of relative familiarity with the programs that you're involved in, I want to go down to the last point, or the second to last point on your slide there. And, my frame for this as a member of the Joint Climate Action Committee is around the urgency of the challenge that we have across New Zealand, but our share of it in Hawke's Bay, to essentially reduce our carbon footprint, our emissions footprint by about 50% between now and 2030, right? And I firmly believe that unless we frame our activities that way, we will miss an opportunity to actually get there. So we've got to be constantly, whilst with a strong focus on recovery, that's got to be a climate smart recovery. So I'm very interested in your thoughts, both of you, on the role that the Future Farming Trust could play in conversations and the evidence building and actually, change on the ground to help us get there, because I think we have an opportunity to have regional conversations, and it's around trees in the landscape, which actually are a solution. And it's just a matter of how we socialise that and how it's part of a resilient, farming future where we continue to graze.
I think we're talking about pastoral farming on hill country predominantly, and it is all about appropriate land use. We've got to stop trying to grow pasture on what we used to call HEHC, or steep erosion-prone slopes, and that needs to be seen as an opportunity, a mitigation opportunity, maybe another couple of come stream opportunities with bees or birds or wildlife, biodiversity, all being options that need to be explored. But the carbon opportunity is the biggest one, I believe, both in riparian plantings, in exotic plantings, and in the soil management system. So soil carbon sequestration can all add together on a farm to completely mitigate their greenhouse gas emissions.
Yep,
So,
I completely agree. And what role do you see your organisation playing in
Helping
in
the
that?
rollout. We know how to do this, Sam, as you well know, but the inertia seems to be pretty great. So it needs to be a good news story. Hey, we can do this. We can do it profitably, and all the outcomes are better. So why don't we do it? That's the message, and we need to help build evidence. The soil carbon evidence takes another 6 years to build, but we know enough about it now that we should be doing it now as well.
I guess we were set up, I guess, to be the provocateur in a way in terms of leading edge thinking in this space. And by the same token, and so we have a strong investment in advancing regen ag principles, and which we think are strongly related to resilience. But that message, we're, I think, focused on what the message should be and what the evidence behind it can be. On the other hand, you guys, in the papers that you have before you, are contemplating massive extension efforts around land for life. You're talking about 500, 600 properties. You're talking about your catchment groups and reaching out to all the catchment groups. So, I mean, you have the capacity to reach people that is greater than ours at this point. I guess our concern is that we get invited by you to the party, that we think we know how to present the case, marshal the evidence, and so forth. You guys paid us a while back to do a desktop analysis, for example, of water retention in regen farming systems, which we did for Tom Skirman, and we could do more of that. So we're feeling like, okay, we have our feet on the ground now. We've demonstrated that we can interest major parties in major projects around these issues, multi-million-dollar projects. But at the same time, we're at a pregnant moment here where the regional council is determined to reach a lot of people quickly with initially short-term kinds of response, and we don't want our message to get lost in that process. And so the longer-term view that we have, which we think you've encouraged us to have, is one that we want to get out there aggressively. We know how to package the information. We know how to put together videos. We know how to do the things that get the right message out, but we need to do it in the context of the outreach that you're undertaking already. And so, everybody's been terribly busy over the last 2 or 3 months, and so it's not to fault anybody, but we've not been a party to any discussions with HBRC people as to the kind of work you're putting in your papers today. This is the first time, a week ago, is the first time we're seeing the scale and the nature of the effort that you're wanting to undertake. What we see is, wow, if we get the right message in front of people, we can have a much greater impact than we've had to date.
An example that comes to mind with our desire to get evidence built around soil carbon sequestration for pastoral farmers is in viewing the work streams that you're contemplating with Right Tree, Right Place and some pilot study farms. why not overlay soil carbon benchmarking and monitoring on that for the next 6 years? It wouldn't be a great expense, but would provide a potential income stream. Soil carbon doesn't need to be it could be a tradable thing for farmers. It certainly is in all the other agricultural nations. Farmers are able to sell soil carbon. In New Zealand, that's not a thing yet, but there's no reason why we couldn't have some projects.
So I mean, Phil is the soil scientist here. I'm just the marketing guy. But, you know, the cost of doing soil sampling to do the measurements that we did on the camp farms, for example, is expensive and so forth. So we're talking to other players who have other technologies that could do this more efficiently, effectively. That's who we would like to build into this program so that we could scale up much more rapidly than Phil running around with a shovel and some of his sidekicks. So we're very keen to see this happening on a bigger scale, and we think there are some technology opportunities to do that. But it really would work best if it were folded into the rest of what you're trying to gather information-wise and to say to people. I mean, is that fair?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's a good summary, and it's certainly, I think the point's been heard really well. It's going to be the first apology of the day because our timeframes are so short. We only have about another 8 minutes, I am counting, but we do have 3 other questions, so I think let's take those, and there's obviously going to be a good place for offline conversation around some of the issues you raised, but I'm going to go onto the screen there, onto Ms. Hopmans. Welcome.
Tēnā kōrua, Phil, Tom. Really applaud the mission of Hawke's Bay Future Farming. I think it's excellent. My question is around, I noticed there was mention of Mātauranga Māori being introduced or being explored in terms of some of the principles and the inclusion of Māori landowners. I wondered if you could say a little bit more about that.
Sure. The carbon positive project that we have running at Danwas Micro Farm, we have a Māori representative on the project steering group, Puhatu Paku, who's also co-mātua at the next door marae. So we were actually meant to have a meeting at the marae last week, but Puhatu got sick, so that has been postponed. We also have Nick Rostridge, a Maori professor at Massey University, advising us on Maori land management principles. We acknowledge that Indigenous people did not make a big mess of soil management the way that the Europeans did when we arrived. And that invariably, globally, Indigenous land management systems are much more sustainable than the modern chemical farming systems we've developed. That's why we reach out, and MPI with SFFF encourage us to reach out to Mātauranga Māori principles when we're exploring land management.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, feeling the pressure of time. Thank you, Phil and Tom. Enjoyed your presentation. Di Roadley, Regional Councillor for Wairoa. I'm a commercial sheep and beef farmer up the Rua Katuri. And sheep and beef farmers already think they're regenerative. We work in a commercial space. I know Saltfern Farms, Atkins Ranch pay a premium for regenerative meat. They market it in their overseas sales in trade negotiations. I just wonder, well, due to lack of time, I guess I'll just throw it out there that I'd be really interested to talk some more with you around how this program translates into a commercial sense in the hill countries and what that might look like for us as farmers.
Just quickly then, the Atkins Ranch EOV that you use was developed by Savory Institute, and it is a great measurement to be doing on farmland. to be constantly monitoring environmental outcomes. It's new for New Zealand
Is
farming,
that aligned with what you're doing?
very much aligned. We want to build the science behind that to say that if your EOV is going up, you're also sequestering carbon, you're getting better seasonality out of your pastures. All of the EOV is just a scorecard. What we want is some real hard numbers to provide evidence of that scorecard.
As farmers, we like that translating into cash. It's very motivational.
Ultimately, that's the game, isn't it? That we're selling products that have got a good environmental story, a good carbon story, even a carbon zero story. And those kind of systems that you're employing are the systems of the future.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I'll do in light of the time is hold my time for later when we talk about Land for Life. Simply congratulate the Trust, our presenters, for the year's work that you're reporting on. Wish you, kia kaha for the work ahead, and move that the paper be received with those sentiments for our consideration. I will be in touch about your conference, because I've got an idea around that in the Land for Life context around those same times, and they probably need to talk to each other. That's what I wanted to say. In lieu of a question, if that's all right, that motion put.
Yes, you may. Do we have some recommendations for this?
Just to move.
So just to receive, yes. And someone to second? Councillor Harding? Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Carry. Thank you. Many thanks. Often what happens in these short timeframes is it raises more questions than anything, and I think in this space that's a real opportunity. And I would suggest that in your next field day or in your next opportunity for a gathering, that we make sure that the invitation comes out early to see how we can take part in that, and maybe tack the half hour or hour on again at the beginning or after to talk through some of more of those. But I think probably some councillors are going to want to talk to you.
Yeah, we'll keep us in the dark, really.
Yeah. Thank you. Really appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I neglected to deal with apologies as we opened the meeting, so I do have an apology from Councillor Lambert, who was trying to come in later. Are there any other apologies? No? Okay, I'm happy to move those from the chair. Councillor McIntosh to second. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So, item 5, decision item. This is the confirmation of the Cyclone Recovery Committee membership. There are a few issues that have been raised around membership for this committee, so I'm going to just take a few minutes to go back through a little bit of history and get us to the point where we can all understand what the next steps will be. Effectively, this paper was the last step in the forming of the committee and appointing our membership to it. Looking back, we developed this committee, as you will remember, quite quickly on the back of the cyclone in a way that was to be very efficient, to roll into our EICC committee, which was going to carry most of the work streams around recovery. We wanted to make sure that we had a quick and easy delivery arm to be able to step into our work streams without creating more bureaucracy or another committee or other ways in which that was going to hold up work. We went through a good process with that. Workshop, our partners were here, was Mike Paku and Kiri Ropaha from RPC. Those terms of reference were well looked through, well debated, and it was actually on the advice of the reps from those committees that we increased our membership on this committee from one rep from the Māori committee and one from RPC to 2 from each, which the committee as a whole we felt was a really good idea. The terms of reference for the committee went to full council on the 29th of March and we debated at that point and adopted at that point. So the committee was up and running at that stage. So thank you. First of all, I want to acknowledge and thank everyone for their work to that and their participation in that, because we did quite work at pace, and I think what we created is a very efficient committee to deal with the environmental work that's business as usual while ensuring that we are front-footing our recovery work. I had a conversation with Tanya Hotmans on Monday. She contacted me to let me know there were some issues for the RPC around the appointment of members from the RPC to this committee. We managed to catch up yesterday by Zoom to go through that. And there's been a very clear message back from the PSGEs that where a committee is formed outside the normal structures, or in this case perhaps in the disaster space, that rather than the RPC being responsible for appointments to that committee, that decision should be made by the PSGs in whatever event that may be. So that recommendation would come through the PSGs to the committees. In this instance, they believe that there are 4 heavily impacted PSGs and believe that the appropriate representation on this committee would be reps from all 4 of those. Tanya and I had a really good talk through, and it's obvious to all of you that the paper today is a very simple paper about appointing membership. There's no room in this paper today to discuss terms of reference or to reopen terms of reference. There's no room to discuss changing membership or approaches to membership. It's simply to appoint the members as per the terms of reference. So the place we came to with that is that I am bringing a chair's recommendation to move this forward, that we receive this report and that we confirm the membership appointments of Peter Eden and Katarina Kawana representing the Māori Committee to this committee. Those will be the only recommendations today, and that Tanya will be working offline with me, or perhaps probably with Hiniwai, to discuss with our governance team where the appropriate place will be to have the discussion around membership, not only to this committee, but around the conversation I've just shared with you around PSGs and their appointments process.
Okay.
So before I put that, Tanya, was that a fulsome summary, or would you like to add to that?
That's a pretty fulsome summary. Thank you, Sophie. I think from the RPC perspective, in terms of the tangata whenua members, we acknowledge that we've been appointed for a specific purpose, which is the RPC, and sometimes we've made appointments to council committees that have a close working relationship, I guess, with the RPC, things like the hearings committee. And this is a very different committee performing some new and important functions, albeit that it's collapsed the environment committee into that. So our suggestion, or request rather, is that there be 4 seats for the PSGs who are most affected, and probably the best way that that be given effect to is to put up an amendment paper to the next council meeting and ask that the council review the terms of reference to expand by 2 seats the seats for the PSGEs. And in that way, we've got all the most affected PSGs around the table. So yes, that was all I wanted to add to that.
So what I'm going to do is move a chair's recommendation, simply that the Cyclone Recovery Committee receive and consider the confirmation of membership staff report, and that we confirm the Cyclone Recovery Committee membership appointments of Peter Eden, Katarina Kawana representing the Māori Committee.
Happy to second.
Happy to second. Thank you, Councillor Williams. I'm happy to take any questions or clarifications at this stage for staff or yes, Councillor Curtin.
Madam Chair, do the same concerns apply for the Māori Committee as well, in terms of, given that it's tai whenua base for its membership, is there a concern by the Māori Committee that they too would need 4 representatives from the Māori Committee?
I didn't receive any update from the chair of the Māori Committee. They have by resolution appointed their 2 members, but I welcome either member if they'd like to speak to that.
I suppose I'd just add something in regards to PSGEs, because obviously I've received an email on behalf of Mana Huriri to help to represent themselves. Obviously, so obviously I'll be coming on the Tai Whenua and at this stage represent Mana Huriri until that's sorted. But yeah, just received an email this morning saying, can you represent Mana Huriri? So I sit on the board of Mana Huriri, and they've said they've got confidence in myself representing in that position.
Thank you.
In regards to the Tai Whenua, that would be another discussion. I know we debated it heavily in the hui that we had prior to these two appointments, but yep, we can go back to the committee and have that conversation. But you know, obviously myself and Pataline has been appointed, so we're happy with, the board's happy with that appointment. But we can have further discussion.
That's how I understood it, yes. Michelle, welcome. Kia ora.
Thank you. I was one of the ones that challenged the default recommendation, the chair and the deputy chair of RPC take a seat on this committee, based on this is just not an ordinary situation. And for Wairo, and for tātou o te Wairo, our PSG stood up instantly and started helping our people. What I did, I'm impacted, I'm a yellow sticker, I can't live in my house with my family. So it's the rationale is different, it's not your usual situation, and it warrants that change. 353 impacted houses and businesses, 33 of those are houses. It breached in my backyard.
Yes.
So we need to be part of this, most especially tātou o te Wairo, and I make no apologies for that. Kia ora.
So just to be clear, we are not able today to delve into
I understand that.
changes of that. Absolutely, your voice clearly heard, and the grief and hurt, that's acknowledged. So any other comments or debate, but very specifically to the paper that we have in front of us and the process going forward, which will be taken offline. Yes, Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a really important discussion, and we absolutely want to acknowledge that hurt and pain across all our communities. But this is a really pragmatic way forward with the burden of so much work that needs to be done and got through even just today, let alone on the scope of the whole committee. So, I thank you for this pragmatic approach, and I look forward to moving forward.
Yeah, and just one other point to add, because obviously I've come on just recently from the Māori committee, and the same points raised from Michelle, because obviously the whangari in order to was highly affected, like you, I lost houses, been digging and going through the recovery stage. So we thought it was very important that we had an active voice within this committee, because obviously our whānau are suffering, as well as other members of the community that we've reached out to. So it's good when you're directly affected and you're looking at recovery, because obviously you've got investment within the process. And then we stand up at our marae, we can say, yep, we're confident things are happening, because a lot of our whānau are not too confident at the moment, like a lot of the residents and ratepayers within the whole community. So that gives them assurance that we're going to stand up and their voice will be counted. So I just wanted to make that nice and clear, because obviously I wasn't going on the environmental committee, but we can combine the two committees. And I had a lot of our whānau saying, hey, you need to step up and do something in the recovery side. So hence that's why I've got on the recovery team. So
Well,
no, mate.
Thank you and welcome. So no further questions. We're all clear on the motion that's been put, the recommendation. We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Thank you, carried. So it does leave us in the slightly strange situation that we have no appointments today from the RPC. So you won't be able to join us in any voting, but there are no decision items really that are of relevance today. But of course, welcome to be around the table and to share your voice. Thank you. So, item 6, rapid rebuild update.
Yeah, so just welcome
Chris.
Jonathan Kingsford up to the front of the desk here. Look, John and his team have done a massive effort in basically putting back stock banks as fast as practicable. So just so everyone's really clear, the scope of this work is putting back damaged stock banks into the same standard that they were before the cyclone. It's not about new works, it's not about improved works, it's about returning that level of service or that protection from flooding to the community as soon as practicable, knowing that winter is coming. And also we had the threat of further cyclones a little bit earlier as well. So they really have moved mountains. And so John will just go through and give us a bit of an update, and then we can answer a few questions and so on. So I'll hand over to John.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, John.
Thank you very much. Kia ora tātou, everyone. You've probably seen the very brief report that introduces the presentation that has just been loaded now. Thank you very much. In that report, point 3, I mentioned that from our status report on the 16th of May, we completed 19 breaches. As of today, that's now up to 24. And as you'll see, as I move through the slide deck, we're demonstrating that we'll probably finish another 10 sites in the next 7 days. So rapid is very much the case. And while we talk quite positively about the work that we're doing, it's worth recognising that the circumstances under which this work arose means a lot of different things for a lot of different people. I count myself very lucky that I'm on the lighter side of that, but I know that a lot of people, potentially some in this room, were impacted to a much greater degree. So we're very conscious not to lose sight of that. So here we go. A wee bit of context. I'm not sure how well you can see that, but this is the public map that we make available around our flood control work with repair. And you may see the different colours up the stock bank. This is our Tutaukuri River with multiple breaches and multiple scour sites. And we are updating this every time we undertake a situation report, which is every Tuesday and Thursday. We'll update where our status is with regard to these stock banks. Likewise on the Naruraro, most of our breaches and scour in and around this area, immediately upstream and downstream of the Fernhill Bridge. We do have some sites down along here, and who can forget Ravensdown Awatoto. Happy to say that one's been repaired, and we'll probably show a few photos around that later. Equally, in the Upper Tukituki flood control scheme around the Manganuku, Waipawa and Upper Tukituki, we have a number of breach sites. This one here is Walker Road. We'll talk a little bit about that. We had a number of breach sites in around Waipawa Township that are complete now, and we have a few more up through the confluence here. That's available publicly, and as I said, that's updated every time we undertake a situation report. So, as I've alluded to, things are progressing very rapidly, so the fact we're updating twice a week is probably a good thing, because from the start of the week to the end of the week, things are changing. What do we do when we go out there? As Chris has mentioned, when we first started this work post-cyclone, there was the threat of further inclement weather, perhaps quite significant rainfall. So we did a lot of very urgent work to create temporary protection. That was in the form of bunds in and around our breach sites. Some of those, or most of those, were riverside of the breach, but due to significant scouring in and around those breaches, some of those were also landside. And we wrapped those to give them a little bit of extra protection from the flow of floodwaters across those surfaces. That formed two functions. One, it gave us a little bit of assurance that we had some flood protection in those areas, and two, it enabled us to keep working on the main issue in case of wet weather. Did a lot of enabling works. Some of that was clearing out muck, clearing out silt, clearing out wood debris from these sites. We had a lot of dewatering. A lot of our breaches were also accompanied by significant scours, some of those 5 or 6 metres deep, 100 metres long, 50 metres wide. And so it actually took us a lot longer to dewater than it did to affect some of these repairs. Equally, it took us a lot of time to get out of the ground from those scours to the point where we could actually start work on the stock bank proper. So dewatering, site preparation,
cleaning up, creating drainage pathways, creating tracks for access, that sort of thing. All this needed to happen before we could really start to produce a methodology around how we were going to repair these breaches. Our pods accompanied or included a geotech or a civil technical specialist that would identify the design, and they'd work closely with the contracting crew to identify a methodology for the repair. So while points 2 to 5 were underway, they were also working on those aspects so that we weren't waiting until that had been produced to start work on site. As I mentioned, we then rebuilt to ground level. And in some cases that took much longer than the actual stop bank rebuild. So when you get to point 7, that's probably the easy bit, to be honest. And once that is up to height, we topsoil and hydroseed. Once we've hydroseeded, then the contractors will demobilise from site, but it takes another 4 to 6 weeks for that seed to strike and grow to a point where we're confident that the stop bank surface is protected from any flow across it. So that's the nature of our work. So when we talk about the phases of work that we're in, some of it's investigation, some of it's planning. That's generally the pre-work before our contractors get really active, and then execution is executing our plan that we've produced prior to that. What else have we got? Not sure how well that comes up. This is a one-page status report or a dashboard that we're producing with every situation report that comes out twice a week. This is the latest iteration of it because things are migrating from this box here to this box here so quickly. We're having to move it around quite a lot. This one also shows a bit of spend and where our projects are at. Our latest statistic is the number of sites in each of our rivers. We've bunched up Central Hawke's Bay rivers into one. But as you can see now, we've actually signalling we've completed 29 sites and we've got 10 sites completed in the next week. So that's not this calendar week, this is in the next 7 days. And so that's pretty good news. What that also means is that by the end of next week, we should have completed the repairs on all of the breaches on the Tutaukuri and all of the breaches on the Naruraro, which is quite a massive piece of work. Some of the sites that if you can read it, we've got a number of scour sites in around Omahu on the Naruraro left bank, and the majority, or at least over half of those, will be completed by the end of next week as well. So hopefully that gives everybody some reassurance and some comfort that we are moving at pace and that level of service has been restored. Soon the page will get too long for our completeds, which is probably something to celebrate. We talk a wee bit about what's the schedule going forward. So there's a lot of detail in here that you may or may not want to digest at some point. But I guess the key point here is this is our 90-day plan that we are trying to, we have actually automated this against our situation report. So as we complete projects or update any projected finish, this is automatically updated. And the key here is broken down into breaches. So here's all our breaches completing, and Walker Road here is the longest duration breach to be completed. I can tell you that as of today, they've commenced topsoiling that stop bank. So it is at full height, full width, and it's been topsoiled. That could take a couple of weeks because it's so big, and then we'll hydroseed. So that is probably, along with the completion of Brookfield's Awatoto breach, probably the most outstanding piece of work that we've done. It's a hard fix, but moving very, very rapidly. We also have all wrapped up in a single bar, our scour repairs in this bar, and looking to progress through to the end of September. If we can, we'll finish them earlier. It is very weather dependent at this point in time. We have less daylight, we have less heat to dry our material. Our soil temperatures are rapidly declining, which will mean we have to potentially change our approach on hydroseeding.
But we will move as quickly as we can. And then the bottom bar, which is just here, it's not a great colour, I apologise for that, is our repair. So James is going to talk shortly about our asset inspection and prioritisation package of work. That's going to deliver work packages to both the works group. Hamish might talk a wee bit about the work they're doing, but also to the rapid rebuild team. That is about repairing and rectifying and restoring service to our wider flood control and drainage schemes. And that obviously is projecting to go out beyond this current 90-day plan. I can't give you any more detail than that on those, on the repair bar, because we don't have that visibility yet, but it's coming pretty soon, I believe. I think at that point we'll have to restructure the way that we're working. We have predominantly earthworks contractors in our pods, but the work that we'll be looking at is a bit more diverse than that. So we'll look to reinvent the way that we do our work and adapt to the work packages that come. We do have plenty of contractors out there wanting to get on board to help us with our work. There's a few scour. That's a roll down of our scours. So you can see there we've got multiple scours that are underway. This doesn't represent all of the scours that have recently been identified in the Central Hawke's Bay, but we do have 5 contracting pods active in Central Hawke's Bay today. So they'll get added as we draw out that detail. The number of sites that we talk about in these reports is climbing as we take a stretch from the map that shows a weakened stop bank and identify individual scour sites or erosion sites. And that way we can report quite actively on those repairs as they're closed out, rather than waiting till maybe, in the case of Omahu, that's 18 scour sites. Rather than wait till we've finished 18 of them, we're going to report on every one as they're completed, so that we can demonstrate progress, because I think people really want to see that. Does it pause for any questions perhaps at that point, or should we carry on? I don't think we've got far to go. We have got questions. Of course we have.
I think it's good. I think it's good to get through to the end of the slides.
We can
and
always
then
flick
come
back to the slides.
questions.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just wanted to put on the table a couple of sites that we have down in Central Hawke's Bay on the Manganuku, Franklin Stop Bank and King Stop Bank. These are protecting low pastoral river terrace, technically relatively poor alignment, so considered to be less sustainable and therefore potentially not very effective. So we've put these on hold while our technical team review those. But I also wouldn't mind perhaps opening this up. I asked Will if he had any intelligence on these particular sites last week. So Will, you mentioned that you would seek out any information you could. Is there anything that you can add to the discussion here?
That whole stretch, not even just at the stop banks, but quite a troublesome area of regular flooding on those river terraces and across the Brower Road, which is just at the bottom of that map. I'd love to know the history, how we ended up, like, is that, would the catchment board have designed those back in the day, or is that something we've just taken on that someone else has put there? They just seem a bit peculiar. There was quite a significant gravel extraction done at the bottom part of that map, or that photo, about 18 months ago, very successful at the time. The perception is there's just as much gravel back in that spot there now, if not more, and further upstream, obviously. And so I could talk to any place in the CHB really about stop banks, but you know what I'm going to say. Everyone says it's the gravel that's more the issue than stop banks. So build up and, you know, a need for much more extraction than what we've sort of been doing the last few years. So,
fair point. Not one to throw stones at all, but Chris and I will be talking to the Kanoa board, who are our co-funders on our IRG gravel extraction program, next week, about continuing with that program of work. Okay, so perhaps we'll just move on from that slide. Needless to say, those are challenging stop banks.
So sorry, long term, just waiting for the technical advice to come back about.
Yep. Is it sustainable and worth the effort to reinstate when they are such perpendicular to flow that they may not be effective for long, i.e. will keep coming back every time. Thought it was worth recapping on some of our sites. I did mention the Awatoto breach repair earlier. This is probably our most complex repair. The photo on the left-hand side is as it was in the first couple of weeks, literally a bomb site. You can see some diggers in the background here removing the wood debris pile that had piled up against the rail bridge and ultimately caused its downfall. We believe that also deflected significant flow, river flow back into our stop bank and caused this catastrophe over here. Ultimately, it became too challenging to rebuild on the original alignment, which is roughly through here. And so we did come up with an alternative design that saw the stop bank realigned through here to give us some decent ground to rebuild on. After the debris clearance, I believe it took the team about 3.5 weeks to repair the stop bank to the point where we could walk away. The hydroseeding has been pretty effective. It's got pretty much that 4 to 6 weeks worth of grass growth on it. So should be pretty much at full strength.
John, you have a very, very small time window for this.
Okay.
Not that it's not brilliant and fantastic detail.
Sure, they'll circulate the photos.
Yes, exactly. So there are some questions. So I just wonder if we go to those first and then we'll see what we can finish up, because Ms McElroy was waiting, I think, on a previous slide.
Kia ora, so my question is, in this whole list of stop banks and everything, I don't see anything in Wairu. So there's no protection for our community for such the largest water body in Hawke's Bay, and there's nothing. We had no protection, 353. Lucky nobody passed away because of that breach. That river's huge. And I just want that noted.
So a question, are we dealing with any of the new schemes coming up, or do you want to deal with a question on that?
Well, I guess I can answer the question about what we're doing about that. And I guess we're in constant communication with government and in Wairoa District Council about the fact that, in our view, Wairoa does need a comprehensive flood scheme. We know that what happened in this event is pretty much what happened in Gabriel and Bowler. And so what we're doing is working to understand, is there funding to protect the community? How would we access that funding? Is there co-funding required from the council and all of that sort of stuff? So it's right up there in our discussions, and we've just got to work through how we navigate all of that and find a way to fund those sorts of solutions.
So Bowler breached in the same place. So as I said, I saw it breach and on the 14th. So, and Bowler was 1988. And so we're visiting this now?
Yes. Yep. We take it dated again. Thank you. Kia ora, Mr. Eden.
Yeah, mine's just in relation and prior to this, and just obviously what you've done, you've done some great work in there, and just taking a step back, because last year we had hui meetings with regional council in regards to strengthening the stop bank out Puitapi and Omaranui, and then obviously plans and processes were put in place to work with Māori in relation to that, but then obviously those plans have gone straight out the door for the quick fix. But are we going to revisit those initial discussions that we had? Because obviously when we talk about tikanga kawe o mataranga in relation to that work we're going to do with the stop banks, obviously that's been taken a step back to allow the work to be done now, but it doesn't diminish the conversation that we had in relation to the process being adhered to and going through that. So that's point. Question one. And the other point was just around obviously the breaches in the stop banks and what caused the breaches and what solutions are going to be put in place, because obviously our marae was affected, there was flooded, there was a breach up at Puketap Bridge, obviously Waiheke we were breached, there was a few whare there as well, and then I suppose the implications it's going to have on, because we're all waiting for insurance and all that councils to make decisions, and obviously they're looking at this stock banks, obviously as a solution to the process, so it must fit into the big equation to get the ball rolling. Because if government have confidence in good stock banks that are going to protect our houses and our lives, then we may see some movement from government in relation to getting things done. So just, trying to get some confidence in regards to your stock bank rebuild. So we're arguing the point on our Marae locality in relation to rebuilding that and insurance. I suppose that would go into the equation to answer government possibly.
It's pretty loaded there. I'll probably ask Chris to talk to some of that wider picture and where the technical reviews might lead us to. Certainly recognising, Peter, the conversations that we had as part of our IRG upgrade program of work on site there at Motio and Omiranui. We did recognise as we started embarking on this rapid rebuild that we were perhaps departing from what our business as usual protocol might be. So working with Piri, we engaged Te Kaha Waharangi to be that connector for us to make sure that we were still respecting the relationships that were developed through that IRG work, keeping in communication with our Māori partners in and around the work that we were doing to at least keep them up to date and give them a pathway for any questions coming back. So hopefully you've seen...
I must say, I haven't been contacted, and we organise that meeting, so just make it a point and make sure your lines of communication, when you have them initially, stay within the process, because then obviously it causes questions and a question now. But I'm just saying, I know we've rushed through things, but we need to be quite clear there's a process in place that we have discussions with previously, follow the process to have those communications.
So, our situation report goes out weekly to Manahiri Trust and HTST, as well as other parties. When it comes back to the IRG program work and the potential upgrade for that, where you can see Motio right there, we obviously had to do quite a bit of work there. That program of work is probably paused until we can work through our technical review, which will land on what is the best way to proceed with a flood control scheme into the future. Chris will add the detail if he feels I've missed anything. That may well be lifted up to a 1 in 500 year level. It may be something different. So we're really waiting for that technical review before we can progress that. That notwithstanding, we had started some process around that. There was consenting process, there were cultural values that we were looking to obtain in that area. Thompson, you're involved in that conversation. Would very much like to carry on through with that because it's of value to anything we might do there in the future. The pressure kind of comes off producing those until the review, but I see that we should carry on with that because I think it's the right thing to do.
So to further, we are commencing a significant technical review into our scheme, and the fundamental part of that is to understand how the scheme behaves in a known way in an over-design event, because this was an over-design event. And you asked some questions, why did the stock bank fail? So that the primary reason is they were overtopped, and they were significantly overtopped. We had 30 kilometres of stock bank being overtopped by up to 1 metre for hours. That erodes the downstream tow, which effectively over a period of time erodes the whole stock bank away. And so that's why we have the breaches. And the event vastly exceeded the level of service provided by those stock banks. So all of our infrastructure has an agreed level of service. Just like a bridge carries a certain amount of weight, our stock banks deal with certain size events and not every event. In terms of, you spoke about asked about the process that the government's talking about in terms of the land use and their categories of 1. There's a few different categories of 2, and there's a category of 3. So we're providing advice into that process based on what we saw in Cyclone Gabrielle, and we're working with the task force and the Crown in how that will how we'll navigate that process over time. And it's fair to say, in some of that category 2, it's about providing, putting our engineering solutions back, providing enhanced engineering solutions, or there might be more sort of household level solutions. So there's a whole raft of stuff being looked at. So there's a a whole pathway and a whole lot of detail, which you can't get into now, of how all that works.
That works.
If
So-
we could just talk briefly, because I think it's important to note that of the 20 locations we're looking very closely at in terms of the government's categorisation of land, Category 2 or Category 3. Those are the areas where property and then people are really at risk. That's 3 is people. And it'd be fair to say that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, to my knowledge, places where there are no schemes. Okay, and one of those is Wairau. Wairau does not have a flood scheme, the flood scheme that was proposed after Bowler was not built. And the others are Tongoio, Esk and Grissington. So there are places that are impacted by the flood, I guess, that are outside our schemes. So what we're talking about here is quite clearly the rebuild of our schemes. Then comes the look at those areas as to what we might do collectively and kind of who funds that from us through to, in some cases, even district councils, or some cases private, or some cases the government. And at this stage, the government, while making some noises, is not quite clear on exactly what part they're playing.
And I just want to add a quick point, because from a cultural perspective, and our whānau there, whakapapa in that whenua, that have lived there for a long period of time, when you look at an economic model, take Wairoa as an example in Waiheke, obviously they've got a different association with the whenua. It's not just the house. So when that modelling's done, that needs to be taken into consideration, because those whānau will move back into their whenua regardless of what the council say. Hey, and I can say that I've got whānau whenua, houses in Kainga on our whenua, and I would move back on that whenua because we've got a long association. I'm just saying the modelling sometimes doesn't take in the association, the mātauranga and kaitiakitanga within the whenua itself, so it's got to be factored into the model when it's done, just to highlight it.
So we're already 10 minutes over time. The committee was really clear. What we wanted today was a whole lot of updates. There's just so many of them to come, and that's why they're relatively short timeframes, so that we could get through every piece. If there are a couple of people there's still some questions to come, are we happy that we're over 15 minutes already and we are going to pull back afterwards, because this is important? Are we agreeing to go on with a few more questions?
No.
No? We want to finish there? John, we're going to finish there. I don't even know you've finished your...
Just photos.
Just photos, okay.
Good ones.
So any offline questions, because there are some people waiting, and they come through to you with specific questions on specific parts of the repairs? Chris?
Very happy to receive questions. Yep.
Okay, so we're going to take some of those
Thank you.
offline direct questions. Yeah, to Chris. Okay, thank you.
I'll lose the will to live, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a recommendation to receive the update. Mover?
I think we need to address the situation that's just happened there.
I actually didn't hear him properly.
No, I think he's upset that we didn't allow questions on this topic, but I'm not sure.
Right. Yes, suggest a way
Well,
forward.
I don't know what the way forward of the reality is. We've got an enormous amount crammed in. I didn't
Correct.
want to cut into some of this afternoon's conversations.
Correct.
They're all important, so what do you do?
Correct.
The fact is, the agenda's too full.
Correct. Which is what we asked for, an update across all these aspects of work.
I'm just feeling really much for Councillor Van Dijk. He's as affected as anyone in the region, I'm sure. That's part of what's just happened.
Have you got a solution? No, okay, we're going to move on then. Okay, so
What may help is it is our intention to bring updates of this work back every 6 weeks, so there's plenty of opportunity to ask further questions as we go.
I would think that we will quite rapidly move to the point whereby you do not need to run through all the completed list, etc. You just need to know that that's on schedule. And to my mind, that leads you then into the next bit, which is
So I was going to go see it.
what's the design
Yeah.
and what's going to happen, and where the government is sitting and where the funding's sitting. That's clearly where everybody who's impacted really wants to know. So in a way, that could be that report back on the amazing work your team is doing in terms of the repairs could actually almost be taken as read. Because you've literally within, I think I said 8 weeks last time, you're going to be through it. And that's not where the focus will be. The focus now will be on the 20 areas that were severely impacted. What are proposed there, particular mitigations to address those issues, and how those will emerge in the next 8 weeks.
I think you missed one more thing.
Madam Chair.
Will it ever happen again? And I can see why we get him. We understand how he's feeling, no, Peter? It's not just a environmental
he's
decision,
feeling
it
upset
affects
he's
our
upset
homes.
that we haven't taken more time to.
So that's why you need to give that time. It's about his own wairoa.
Yeah, and it's as much my fault as anyone, because I said I wanted to get into some of the other papers, and I didn't know that he had his hand up.
Is he gone?
Okay. Okay, well, we're going to need to receive this report as it is and move on, and at lunchtime I'll get in contact with them. Does anyone wish to move receiving the report? Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Aye, thank you. It's you again, is it Chris? Item 7,
Yep,
asset
so
management.
I'll just welcome James Ferry up. So James will just take you through the key points of where we're at in what we're calling our operational recovery. We formed a dedicated team, and it's very much go slow to go fast. We need to understand comprehensively all of the damage to all of our assets across the whole region, so we can prioritise, maximise our insurance returns, etc. And so James has been overseeing that process, and then from that we'll see further work packages out through to Works Group and also through to John's team and other contractors, etc. as required. So it's been a massive task, if you can think, inspecting all of our assets, having to find all of our assets, and then working through in a systematic way. So we've brought on a bunch of additional resources to help us with that. And James will just keep us on the key points, knowing that we want to maximise question time and try and get back on track.
Okay, so I'll cut it down a bit and we'll just go relatively fast so we can get through this. So I'm here to talk about the operational response, and this was a team that was put together in around April this year to work through how we're going to plan the operational response going forward from this Gabriel event. A little bit about my background. I have been involved, I was the water and wastewater treatment manager at Christchurch City Council during the earthquakes at that time. And there were a number of learnings that we got during that process where we basically understood that planning became the most important tool that you have for rebuilding during a major event. So we have this mantra of going slow to go fast, and what this means is that essentially we're trying to focus as much as we can on getting ourselves into a really good space of planning the work that we're wanting to do. And the reason we want to do that is that we want to have visibility of the full works that are required. We want to see the full cost that the council is going to be liable for, and also where that phasing is going to sit. We need to calculate our liabilities and also to maximise our insurance recovery. We need to be able to allow our delivery partners to have visibility of our program and to be able to upskill their resources so that they can deliver it, and it also brings greater efficiency. Now, I was going to do a big story about what we did in Christchurch, but I don't think that's appropriate at the moment. Essentially, where we're at, if we want to think about where this process started, it actually started in week 1 when, after the Gabriel event, and there was this fear that we were going to have another cyclone event that came through. Chris pulled us into a room together and said, we need to do something with the stock banks. So my team went and started doing that planning phase. We did some mini modelling events to see where the most likely events were for breaches in the stock banks. We then went and did a multi-criteria analysis of the highest risk areas. We came up with a prioritised process for which areas would needed to be fixed first, and that was handed to John's team, who have just been working through that since. And you can see the true benefit of that by just how well John's team have been able to smash out work, just basically following that process. So, as I say, this is where we're at, and our first port of call is inspections, which we have completed most of, the evaluation of those inspections, the prioritisation of the work that needs to be done, the scoping of it, and then handing those scopes to the delivery teams, and that includes costings as well. So this is sort of the process in essence. It's basically going through the inspection, the analysis, the analysis, the prioritisation, and then the production of those packages. And then those packages end up with each of the delivery teams. And what we're doing is we're splitting them out into what's called minor and major packages. The minor packages are those that don't require much engineering investment, so they can be done relatively quickly. They're things such as drain cleaning, repairing culverts, repairing head walls and stuff like that. And we are basically pushing them into our works group team to deliver. The second lot are the more major works, which will require a bit more grunt to get them working. They require bigger scopes, they require designs, they require project management, and they will ultimately go to our capital delivery team to deliver. So part of our thing was to get the asset inspections done, which we have done most of. There are still inspections that need to go ahead because obviously we inspected. We had areas like the whole Tukituk that was, Tutaikuri, that was covered in woody debris. We've cleared a lot of that woody debris. We're now getting access to assets again, so we have to go back and do those inspections of those assets that we've got there. We've got 1,500 reports. They cover around about 4,000 assets. And we have put together what's called a work package methodology and assessment tool, which we're calling the AIP tool, which is Asset Inspection and Prioritisation tool. What this does is it enables us to take information from our geographical inspection tool, which is called Fulcrum, and put it into essentially a big mixing pot, which uses an algorithm to sort out the prioritisations. Once those packages come out of that tool, they then get assessed by people who have knowledge on the ground, just for sense checking, and then those packages are then scoped, which we're doing at the moment. We're starting to go through that scoping process, costed, and then handed out to our delivery teams. So this is sort of where the timeline is at the moment. We're in May, and we're sort of working our way through our scoping and prioritisation. We have already started to put packages out to our works group team, and they have completed around about 21 of those so far. There's another 58 that we've got that are coming out at the moment that we've just completed, and there's 6 major packages that are being done. We hope to have pretty much all of those packages completed and in with our delivery teams by around the 10th of July. And that will give us a really good picture of where we're at. So I thought I'd just do a quick run through of what this looks like. These are our asset inspections. The colour codes in all of these things show where work's at, whether they're minor, major, whether they're emergency works need to be done soon, so it helps affect or gives us a better indication of what priorities we're going to be looking at. So that was for rivers, this is for our drains, and then this is sort of the numbers that we've got. So we've got 1,480 inspections. We've basically we've completed 21 pieces of work that are associated with this. This is not including the rapid response work. We've got 400 minor pieces of work, 73 major pieces of work sitting there. The other big takeaway from this is that not every one of our assets was damaged. It looks like so far on the inspections we've done, about half of them are damaged. And I'll just do a quick look through the different asset types that we've been looking at. So this is straight from a Fulcrum report. This is essentially what you see is, where the red mark on the right is basically showing where the person is taking the picture from. And that's some of the stuff that we would be doing around silt and debris clearance within the river. This is tree clearance. It gives you an idea of, some of the damage that we're seeing on this. This is culvert damage, river edge protection work that needs to be done. There is quite a lot of this, and when I said that we've done around about 70%, the 30% that we're missing is more of this river edge protection stuff that we need to go back and do. This is complicated, fiddly and expensive work, not nearly as expensive as doing something like a stop bank, but very fiddly work to do and requires quite specialised works crews to understand how to do this work. So that's a bit of that, and now I've got some pictures, whoops, we'll go previous.
I've just got some pictures here of the work.
Of the work that our works group have been doing. These are the 21 packages that they've finished off already. So you can see some of the stuff that they've done with the drains. This is a drain that's nice and clear. It's been hydro-seeded. Woody debris that we've cleared off bridges, and the mulching that's been done is aside for that, and also the clearing of rubbish, and then replacement of head walls and culverts on top of culverts. So in essence, essentially what we're doing at the moment is we're going through a hard planning stage to make sure that we've inspected all of our assets, we've evaluated them, we have a prioritisation process that is robust, because we can't do everything at once, and we have to be able to prioritise in a robust and defendable manner. We're scoping the work. We've got a group of people with us from Becca who are very much helping us do this work, and these are people who are leaders in doing scoping and costing on these sort of large projects. They do that work for things such as Kiwi Rail and also Waka Kotahi, and then we're putting them out into the delivery teams. So that's it. So that's tried to pull back about 10 minutes or so for that.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, James. Do you want to add anything, Chris? No?
No, look, we'd invite questions.
I like questions. So, I mean, I think what we all realise now is that these types of updates in this sort of time frame, in this sort of format, aren't going to work going forward. It's too much information and detail all at once, and if we're going to bring these as updates, we're going to have to look at it differently. So I've started to make some notes about that. Okay, Zen. Councillor Hardy.
Kia ora, Chair. James, thank you very much for that. It's going slow to go fast. Yeah, I think you're on with that. I just want to make a couple of points. One is around communication. So, and just want to explore the interaction between our work on our assets.
Yep.
And landowner work on their assets.
Sure.
And our work on our assets next to theirs. So one is a question about communicating, particularly in working on culverts and drains, I think are the main issues, so that landowners know what the program of action is, and whether we have the ability to replicate the kind of maps that we've got for the stop bank rebuilds, so that there's an easy process for people to know what's going on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you during the question, but that's an easy answer, but we do have that. It sits on our website at the moment, and it's the map just below our stop bank map.
Okay, so that's got to a point where people can interpret that and know that it's going to be this week, next week?
Yeah, it basically says the next week's work.
Right, okay, so I haven't caught up with that. So thank you very much for delivering that. That's wonderful. The other thing is, just for the sake of clarity around the silt fund, so we know from a landowner perspective, there was a new program that was announced, and it's about $70 million off the top of my head for landowners. That was actually announced on the 3rd. I had to go back and look at it. It was announced on the 3rd of May. We still don't have criteria for that. I understand, and that's not a regional council responsibility, but I do understand that
it is coming up.
the 29th is the date. So next Monday, I understand there will be announcements, so that'll be public. How does our program relate? Is there capacity questions there? Because my understanding is from the 29th, there's going to be a whole lot of landowners who now know what the criteria is, and so they're going to be wanting to deliver silt and debris removal. Does that impact on you?
No. Yeah, the short answer is no.
No. Thank you.
Can we deal with that on item 11? Because that's exactly what item 11 will cover.
Thank you.
Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. We saw something similar and we had the discussion about what's on the website. Chris, I've just emailed you to say, I raised back then that the Wairoa map of drains is showing what's to come, what doesn't need attention, and we're just feeling a little bit, some of that stuff is marked as not needing attention, it clearly is. So if we can update those comms, and I'm sure it's in the work program, it's just the website not showing that,
Okay.
nod now, Chris, would be really good.
So I guess in that period, we have had people up. There has been works group in Wairoa doing work. We pulled them out because it was getting too wet.
Yeah.
And so we're actively working through it. It's certainly not.
I guess because it's showing needs no work doesn't give us any comfort that you're coming back, so this needs to be updated to show it as orange.
Yeah, no,
Coming back.
So I'll take that
And
on
I
board.
think you've talked to the actual people, or Mark has talked to the actual people, so they know
been
that,
there.
but general public wouldn't when they see that map.
No, that's true. And the other thing that we need to be aware of is that with stuff like silt, every time it rains, it washes back into the drains again. So we're conscious of the fact that, a number of times we're redoing work, so.
It's not one and done, is it?
It's not one and done. So, yeah, we could probably be better about that communication with that, so.
That'd be great.
And the drains, that's the pylor drainage scheme, well, that's all hui, the wetlands side of things, so it was no use when we got hit. It's in a totally different area.
Sure.
It was useless.
I'm
to
looking at
us.
the bit behind Carter's.
But the drains haven't been worked on for years.
Yeah.
And every time the drains get emptied by QRS, they fill up again with silt. So it just makes us, as soon as you get a flash flood or something, here you go again. So, again, being ignored.
I think it's the nature of the beast.
Any other questions? We're going to receive this report.
Happy to move.
To move, thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor McIntosh, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Update rural and primary sector recovery. I've got my questions. Welcome, Ian.
Chair, through you, just introduce Richard Wakelin to you, who Richard's going to come and run through a presentation. Richard comes to us from an advisor role that we had, so we're fortunate we had him in their building. With some staff changes, I've appointed Richard into a role in the group as Manager Rural Recovery. Has an extensive background in the primary sector senior management roles and is well placed to guide us and develop our thinking and strategy for this space. So Richard will run you through the work he's proposing.
Nā mihi o ta ahi tēnā koutou katoa, ko Richard Wakelin tōku ingoa no Patane aho, ko Esk tōku awa, ko Kaweka uku pai mauna, ko Ngāti Kahanunu tōku tūranga waiwai, no reira tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora, thank you for the opportunity to, present a very short and, Madam Chair, I will do my best to try and make up some time this morning. So just, a reflection back in terms of the objectives of the rural recovery. The objective is to actually support areas and activities following the cyclone. Very much alignment to the HBRC input into the regional recovery framework and program delivery. So it's working very closely with Louise and the work that she's doing. The recovery strategy is developed with input and collaboration across all of the HBRC teams. So it's not just one area. So this is a collaborative approach across the teams, and also working collaboratively with the primary sector, so and government agencies. So it's a strong link for a joined up design delivery of the rural recovery strategy. And it's including pastoral with dairy, arable, horticulture, viticulture, forestry and fisheries. And I guess one of the key foundation principles is a strategy where the community themselves and those delivering to the community can actually see themselves represented in the strategy. So it's not necessarily what we're thinking, it needs to reflect what the community is thinking. There's two foundation, I guess, areas that we've been sort of working on, which is around community engagement and resilient land production businesses. The first stage in that, which is what I want to try and spend a bit more time with you today, is the impact assessment. So, and I'll go into detail around that. But this very early part is quite heavy on listening and understanding the complexities of what's actually happened in our rural communities, and the fact that the variability in impact is quite significant. In areas where there's been significant attention, it's been easy to visually look at some of our areas and understand what's happened, but in a lot of our rural communities, these are quite a long way up the gullies and up back roads, and so the impact has been less visible. Working closely with some of those community hubs, so in the aftermath of the cyclone, there were a number of community hubs that stood up and largely put together by, within volunteer groups. And there's an opportunity for us to engage and find mechanisms to actually extend their activities into the future. And a lot of them have been running on cortisone and adrenaline. And there's an opportunity for us to work with them to reshape how they might be in the future. Fortunately, HBRC has had quite a strong relationship with catchment groups and collectives over the last couple of years, and we have an ability to actually better, to I guess, lift that engagement and have them as a significant touch point for us going forward. And also undertaking a number of landowner and farmer meetings and sector workshops. In terms of the resilient land production businesses, again, that's quite heavily informed with the impact assessment. Underpinning the work that we do, we've got a real opportunity here to align it to our policy and regulatory framework. It's ensuring that what we do in building back is done within the emerging policies so that we're actually not out of step. So things like if we're talking about recovery plans, how do those fit into the future of freshwater farm plans so that we're not actually having to go back and redo them at a later date. So we're future-proofing our planning. It may not necessarily be every element of a freshwater farm plan, but right at the beginning we have the scope and capability to actually build into that. And then obviously Land for Life is one of the tools that we see as an opportunity. And I'll kind of go into the impact assessment survey, and it's sort of one of those things when we look at, I guess, our land, and there's a group of landowners that have very much been a bit of a gap, and there's been our emphasis on urban and horticulture and viticulture and our professional pastoral farmers. But the lifestyle area of our community has kind of fallen through the gaps, and not only from a residential and welfare perspective, but also from a land use perspective as well. And perhaps what we've considered as a lifestyle traditionally, we might need to have a rethink about what a lifestyle farm is, because it's not necessarily just those sort of 5 and 10 hectare properties. We've got many properties, and this came through particularly with the MPI funding, where there needed to be a threshold of 51% for funding. And there were a large number of affected properties that actually didn't meet that 51%, even though they might have been 100 to 150 hectares. A lot of those properties were being maintained as operating units because people had a significant off-farm income in order to sustain that. And so that's quite a challenge that we need to address, and there's some interesting elements that have actually come out of the survey. So I guess what we set out to do, our objective in undertaking the survey was to actually ended up with a really good quantitative survey. We were sort of thinking we just needed a rapid numbers, what's happening with the numbers. And as part of the survey process, we actually enabled quite an area of free text for feedback. And what we received was a very rich, I guess, a level of information that gave us some relatively direct feedback, but also underneath some of the more emotive stuff, it actually gave us some really good beginnings of some qualitative research. And as part of that survey, we gave respondents the opportunity to request a callback. And we listed a whole range, because we did this in partnership with the Rural Advisory Group. We listed all the entities that people could request a callback. And of the 430 respondents, 105 requested a callback from HBRC. So entities like Beef and Lamb only had 3 or 4, MPI had 7, and HBRC had 105 requests for callbacks. Our staff then went through and undertook those callbacks, and that actually gave us another depth of information. So what we've ended up with is not only a relatively robust quant survey, because when you look at the numbers of the properties, so in terms of the property surveys and the areas covered, we've actually ended up with some good qualitative information. So just to give you a bit of an example, in the northern area there was owners representing nearly 21,000 hectares out of a total of 408,000 hectares in that sort of northern region. In the central it was just on 70,000 hectares were representative in the feedback, from 662. So just gives you a bit of a sense. We've actually ended up with quite a deep sense of information. Just thought I'd show a bit of a scattergram of where the survey respondents came from. I was initially a little concerned that we weren't getting the input from Wairoa in terms of our northern area, and as we went through, have been quite happy with the coverage, although it is telling us that we actually need to go back, and we might go back and do a little bit more of an in-depth in Wairoa. I'm up there next week meeting with a group of landowners to actually start some of that process. This information is included in there, but just giving you a bit of a sense as to, in the northern there was 26 respondents. Predominant land use was sheep and beef. Central, there was beef, lifestyle blocks and sheep. And the southern, it was sheep and beef, and just looking at that information there. I guess these next 2 or 3 slides where I was really quite keen to talk about is that obviously number one, 92% of landowners have been impacted with fencing damage, and that's in excess of 2 million metres of damage to fencing, conventional fencing, $30 a metre. You're starting to get a little bit of a sense as to the level of impact.
It's 2,000 kilometres.
Yep, 2,000 kilometres, yeah. So in terms of electric fencing, and so these are verbatim responses from the survey. Electric fencing was about 1.5 million, with an average landowner of about 5,000 metres. So, when we start looking at the levels combined, and with fencing, there were high levels of impact across the regions, but most prevalent in the southern and northern. And so this is when I was talking about, in terms of the areas of focus, some of our more outlying areas have actually been significantly impacted. In terms of track damage, 75% of landowners reported track damage, and this has actually impacted on access around the farm. So when you talk to many farmers at the moment, they're saying, well, actually what used to be a 20-minute job to rip out the back on the quad bike is now taking me half a day to get out there because I'm having to go a different way. I can't get stock in the way I used to get them. There's crossings that have gone, there's culverts that have gone, there's water supply and irrigation. About 15 months ago, I was involved in running a series of reticulated water scheme workshops, and Hawke's Bay being on the back of successive extreme dry events where farmers put in reticulated water systems. A lot of those have been lost, and now we're looking at how we're going to manage that. In terms of slips, and I guess slips, culverts and plantings, not quite up at the top there, but again, 68% of owners talking about the impact of slips and culverts and then the costs of those. So in terms of replacement cost, equally shared between sheep and beef farmers. And when we did the survey, and the reason we've actually separated out sheep and beef farmers, when we asked respondents what their predominant activity was, they had a choice between either a sheep farmer and if they were a predominantly beef farmer but ran sheep. So we split them on that basis. One thing I looked, horticulture, we gave the opportunity for horticulture respondents to participate in the survey, but we did understand that the horticulture sector had undertaken their own survey, so we gave an opt-out option very early in the survey so that we weren't wasting people's time. But a lot of people actually hung in there, and a lot of horticulture people actually did want to give us a slightly more depth information. I've got a summary table there in terms of stock losses, bridge damage, wood waste, debris damage, issues with access to or from property. There are some perturbations with some of this, so for instance, when we asked access for the northern respondents, obviously the red line, big red line went right across the page, and we suspect that was predominantly around access between Napier and Wairoa as well. And this is just, I guess, a bit of a selection of the some of the feedback we got, frustration, delays caused by the lack of information, concerns or issues with funding, access to amounts and the criteria, a need for answers and clarity before they can move forward, and lifestyle farmers not qualifying or being eligible for support. I won't go into the detail of that. And this just gives you a bit of a sense. I've included these two slides because the previous one was the free text in the survey, and then this information was actually the information we got from the callback. And then we've got concerns with things outside the farm gate, compounding stresses on top of farm impacts, issues, concerns with mental health, and then off-farm impacts as well. And I've then just got a summary table there in terms of fencing damage, average in terms of conventional, percentage impacted, total. We are building an Excel spreadsheet to sit behind this, which will actually allow us to start putting some dollar figures in this. So when we start talking about $30 a metre for fencing, and culverts and things like that, we can actually start building up a more comprehensive financial analysis.
Richard, how many more slides do you have?
It.
Oh, there we are. That's it. Just to give some time for people to talk about particular issues in the paper. Yes, Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. This is probably a question for the executive team, really, and can I take you to paragraph 26 in the paper, intends structuring the rural recovery strategy in two primary platforms: community engagement, resilient land production. And just listening to the presentation, it's clear that the land production component is currently well catered for. My concern, though, is that I think, to borrow the imagery of my colleague Councillor Williams, is that we've got a Swiss cheese thing going on here, where there's a big gap in terms of how this recovery model is being structured. And by that I mean that if you want to have what is described as a robust recovery model, I'm not seeing anywhere in this protecting rural communities. And I've got another comment to make about urban communities, but I won't leave that for a moment. If you're going to have a robust model, surely it's inevitable that you've got a community wellbeing and safety included, and I'm not seeing any work program that tells me that we are attending to building that resilience, enabling those groups to be well prepared for increasing hazards, enabling the rural communities to have an emergency response, etc. So can you tell me, is there another work stream coming that demonstrates the same level of planning and urgency that you've got around putting back land production, and is that on its way? They would equally, as you slightly touched on the issues of lifelines, transport, communications, etc. Surely they are the crucial elements to a rural recovery plan.
Yeah, so look, I'll start, and I'm sure Richard can add, because I know that's been sort of front of mind in the thinking, and it goes back to the conversation we had in the workshop session around where that community hub, community engagement fits, and the role of this work relative to civil defence, emergency management, preparation, preparedness, resilience sort of questions and conversations. So very much the idea is that starting with the impact assessment, what happened, where, why, how, and then moving to supporting the hubs, we will build an understanding of what the issues are for those communities. We will then look to support the ongoing and enduring nature of those hubs. So we want the hubs to be accessible for us for a variety of reasons, not just building back from a farm business perspective, but ensuring those communities are supported and are resilient across a whole range of fronts that are relative to rural communities. This program of work will, in terms of its strategic thinking and the strategy, will touch on those elements and look to build the work that would be needed to support those. But it just, because of the time, we haven't sort of drilled deep into that.
Well, look.
Yes, and can you keep it brief for a few other questions? Because I think we should take this offline, because it definitely does need filling out. I appreciate that.
We acknowledge that it's an area that needs filling out.
I'm seeing really great work done in rebuilding our stock banks and getting that hard infrastructure back rebuilt. I would suggest, and I'm saying that rebuilding our resilience and response in emergency hazard management is equally as important, and we need to get on with that with a work program that reflects that. I don't want to be here in 3 months' time and thinking, okay, what about that? The next event is actually next week. I don't know if you've scheduled it in for next week.
Yeah, no, I hear you. This provides an ideal vehicle for that.
Yeah.
And a question, are you working with the Hastings District Council? You are, okay, thank you.
So, and
All the TLAs.
So working closely, we've got a workshop planned with Central Hawke's Bay District Council executive team to feed into the rural recovery strategy, etc., and meeting with the TLAs. But the content of the strategy, this is not the content of the strategy. The strategy will actually have that covered.
Just one final question, Madam Chair, is have we got an urban recovery manager appointed yet?
Good question. No is the short answer.
Stephen?
Just one on, just to add, because you talk about rural, and then I suppose Māori own huge tracts of land up in Moaka, Tarawera. But, and obviously the business opportunities in for a lot of them in the tourism space, but in farming as well, but it doesn't seem to cover it in your report.
Yeah, and I guess it's the update from progress to date, and that's about how we do undertake engagement, and in terms of actually having those meetings and having those opportunities to actually feed into the
I just want to
strategic
highlight, because
framework.
we talk about tracking and then we're supporting some Māori organisations to do their track work, but obviously if we can work through this plan for the regional council, then, we're working on all on the one waka, not separated.
Totally. Thank you. Kia ora.
And I just want to acknowledge the work that's gone into to connect all the pieces together and bringing the farm planning into the process, which is possibly going to capitalise on not only financially but practically. So, the whole body of work is really impressive, so thank you. Sorry, we're a bit short on time. So we just have a recommendation to receive the report. Councillor Roadley, move. Councillor Harding, second. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Chair, with your indulgence, if I may, before you break for lunch.
Yes, please.
Just introduce Ariana.
I'd like to.
You can certainly adjourn the meeting for lunch. The team have recently taken a sediment call from Lake Tutira. Ariana's passionately involved in the work. If you wanted to stretch the legs, get up, huddle around the front, she'll just very quickly run you through what that core is showing us. It's quite fascinating.
Yeah, no. So we will adjourn for lunch up to look at the soil sample, and we'll be back at 2.
Susie.
So welcome back. We're going to go straight into, first of all, I'm going to just add an apology from Hiniwai, our Regional Council Chair, who is very unwell, so isn't going to be joining us this afternoon. She tried and can't. So I'm going to go straight on to Ian into the Land for Life project update, and I have informed both Ian and Michael that the interest in this paper is so great. We've all read it back and front, and you can take the paper as read.
Thank you, Chair. So very briefly introducing Michael Voss, for those who don't know, who's our project lead on Land for Life, formerly known as Right True, Right Place. It's got a really quick preso, then let's get into the discussion. And apologies, I have to leave shortly. So I may not get all of the conversation, but I'll look forward to that update from Michael.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Kia ora tātou committee members. I will rattle through this really quickly. In terms of the update, there is a model, a Land for Life model. We've got a pilot running on 12 farms, have you seen? We've done extensive farmer engagement through that process, and we've talked with banks on getting the thumbs up that they've got an interest to participate in this program with us, and we're right in the middle of the business case, which is due at the end of June. The cyclone changed things for a lot of players. We've done a lot of thinking about repositioning the project. The model that is proven does provide the opportunity to turn this into supporting long-term resilience for our region, with the option of scaling to a significant number of farms. 600 has been put in the paper. It's still to be ground truthed, and be a cornerstone component of the tool sets that enable the longer-term recovery. HBRC, retains its current role, its critical role in enabling the farm planning process, partnering with government agencies, and its vital relationships with farmers. Just to reiterate where we're at. So we're in the business case here, end of June. There's a 3-month decision period has been proposed, during which time we'll do some early implementation and some final implementation, subject to feedback from the 3 partners, being the Nature Conservancy, the Regional Council and our government colleagues. I propose to come back at your regular meetings with further drops of the business case as the information is developed. There's 3 slides on areas I would really welcome feedback in terms of the business case that's been developed so far, the strategic case around the strategic drivers and the problem, the strategic case also around key success indicators as outlined in the paper, and the economic case around getting some early feedback on the potential options. And again, these will be refined and brought back to you. So that concludes my high-level presentation, and I welcome questions.
Thank you. Councillor Williams has asked if he can open this conversation, which I'm happy to agree
to. Well, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Michael and Ian, for the paper. There was the excitement and adulation when I read we were talking about scaling up to 600 farms, which was a pipe dream in 2019 when we were looking at the last long-term plan. I was just thrilled to bits, because that's the scale that we need to be approaching this at. I just wanted to start, before we get into some questions and some discussion, with a couple of high-level points, that this is really about recovery. We've got a lot of focus on silt removal and stock banks and managed retreat, but it's only half the picture. It's basically about that sort of conversation around sticking bigger buckets on the floor when in fact the roof's not only leaking, it's shot to bits. So we need to keep sediment in the landscape, and wood for that matter. And I think otherwise the billions that we'll spend on new roads and bridges and orchard infrastructure and railway lines could all just be smashed to pieces again. So that's, to me, what this is all about in a way. That's the first contextual point, is just it's got to be at least half of our recovery strategy, spatially at least. The second thing is, the elephant in the room here is the farming versus forestry debate. There's been a huge amount of community angst around
overseas purchases of productive farms for carbon farming, not even production forestry, but carbon farming, displacing rural communities. And so for 3 years in my time on council, we've been walking on eggshells. To even suggest to farmers the word tree in a context where they see land getting swallowed up by pine trees is fraught. But I think we need to turn the rhetoric around where it's not a debate of farming versus forestry. It's about land management. It's not about foreign ownership swallowing up farms. It's about locally based, farmer-led, forestry owner-led decisions from the ground up around land management sustainability. So I see this proposal, and let's be very clear, as about keeping farming open for business, about keeping forestry open for business, about keeping the AFCO Wairoa plant open for business, about keeping the Panpac pulp mill open for business, about keeping our roads and our railway lines open, about keeping Hawke's Bay open for business. That's what this is all about. So the real issue for me is not whether we do this, it's how, and how ambitious we are. And so I certainly support the option which is scaling up to 600 farms. I think the real question on the whether most immediately for this organisation is what is its specific role? Obviously that of enabler and facilitator and broker and pulling together the different stakeholders and parts of the picture. But where and how do we sit relative to rural advisory resources that are already operating successfully and with great relationships with our farming community in those communities? Where do we sit with the banking sector? Where do we sit with the private sector and philanthropy? And I just don't know that we, to make this a success, given the demands on this organisation, financially and time-wise, I don't think we have time within half an hour to do justice to that conversation, and I'm proposing, I've already mentioned to Ian and Michael, that we have a workshop on that before we hit the go, no-go at the end of June, just to make sure we're really clear what council as facilitator is about. And to me, the key word in the paper is the word access. It's enabling access to the resources people need to put this overall program together, which to me is essentially something farmers are going to be doing anyway, which is farm plans, but with support to enable those farm plans to be realised in a way that helps us keep the land in the landscape. Final point, as I say, this would be, from the ground up, farmers will ultimately make the decision about what and whether and what their solutions are for their specific properties with the benefit of advice. But there's a huge amount of community expertise in this region. We've got our MP for Napier was the ex-Ministry for Forestry. We've got the 15 pilot farms. We've got the farming community itself. We've got, the Future Farming Trust. We've got those that have recently commented in the media, the likes of Garth Isles and James Treble and James Powery. And so the question I've also got, perhaps for the workshop, is do we capture some of that expertise in the conversation around some of the options that would best place this region to keep the land in the landscape that individual farmers could then make decisions around? Or is, and this is perhaps the question, is that expertise already in the model? Do we already have access to it? How could those ideas operate in parallel? Future Farming Trust was talking about having a symposium in September. Could we build into that just to ensure that the region is really on board with this and we move away from this rhetoric of farming versus forestry and this thing succeeds. So that's really what I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair. I apologise that it took too long.
Thank you. You want to comment at this stage?
So look, Chair, through you, very happy to talk further about the value of broader engagement. As Michael had indicated, we've done extensive engagement with landowners through the process, but I take your point that there's a broader community of interest here that we need to engage with on the topic, and happy to keep discussing the best avenue for that, including Future Farming Trust and others. The model to date has been very focused in on farm, but yes, maybe a bigger view is required.
Thank you. I'm going to go online to Ms. Robiha. Kia ora. Welcome. No.
Is he trying to find the?
She might be able to. Well, we'll go to Councillor Roadley. We'll come back to you, Kerry.
Thank you. Chair. Just by way of declaration of conflict of interest, I am one of those 12 farming properties, and I also am a beef and lamb farmer councillor. I excited about this program. It is fabulous, but what I don't see in the blue diagram that had my thing's gone flat, so I can't see it anymore, but it was back a few slides. That was the different partners and how you're going to move forward. No, back. Yeah, what I can't see in there in the how we accelerate that is where the farming community is, given that none of this will go forward without the farming community involved. And like all our discussions that we have with any group of people, take us on the journey, don't deliver it to us after the fact. So I'd really like to see us on the diagram. And just to also throw in there that from the information we saw from the respondents to the survey, there's a large proportion of the hill country, which is our highly erodible country, is sheep and beef, and all sheep and beef farmers pay a levy to beef and lamb, so we're already paying for this stuff, and so I don't know how that gets embedded in here so that we're not, like, that's a really useful mechanism. So switching hats to the HBRC, that's a really useful mechanism to receive that farmers are already paying this levy, so let's lock those two ideas together and bring them along for the journey. Kia ora.
Interesting.
The project does have an extensive extension and engagement program that is in draft. It'll be further refined through the implementation, but your message is heard loud and clear about the need to walk with our landowners.
Yep, I've got a question too.
Yeah, I'll put you on the list. Kiri, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Great. Hi, welcome.
Hi. So I wanted to ask questions about the diagram on page 26. Actually, I've got a couple of questions about it. So I just wondered if maybe it's better that I ask for the information via email to the appropriate person, or...
Yeah, if you have...
Yeah. Yeah, I was just wanting to find out, one of them is to, can someone define what nurture means in that middle box of investment objectives? What nurture and support scope are being offered in that bracket?
It's a different diagram.
In the papers, it was the page after this one. Oh,
yep, that blue one there, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of the middle, second paragraph.
Nurture the aspirations, support actions by farmers and rural communities through climate resilience and healthy functioning biodiversity.
That's the one. I was just wondering if you could define nurture and the support scope that those entail.
Yeah, I think broadly it speaks to the earlier comment just around walking with farmers, the need for this to be farmer-led, to understand the aspirations of farmers, to provide the expert advice and the support and the wraparound to enable them to make informed decisions about the use of their land in a broad way. But happy to take this offline and have a further discussion.
Yeah, because in that context, where does the rural community part fit in if it's actually about being led by farmers?
Yeah, relevant point. And, you know, an initiative like this, along with some of the other papers that have been delivered, have a very, very vital link with rural communities and processing and jobs and the whole downstream impact. So I'm acknowledging it's a key point. I don't have an answer for your question.
Okay. Should I send that to somebody who might be able to give me a bit more detail?
Just put those questions through to Ian.
Okay. And the only other question that I have for today is I was just wondering where, if at all, Te Ao Māori and Mātauranga get considered and addressed for solutions in the pipeline of these three work streams, because that engagement isn't mentioned till way down the paper, but it doesn't relate to anything that's here.
Yeah, we asked for some early advice by the Māori Partnership Group in Council about engaging widely from the outset of the project. We came to the view that engaging widely before we understood where the project would have an impact and walk alongside local communities was premature. So the project has taken a ground-up approach. There are Māori landowners as part of the pilot farms. There's people involved in the pilot process which are actively involved in local communities, including local Māori communities. Your point is relevant, though. That on the project's radar is the need to, now we know the areas where we feel we can have an impact, is to actually engage more broadly into the Māori community.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. So most of what I have to say is really just to endorse everything that's been said before, but and in particular the core intent of Land for Life and scaling up to have impact on retaining soil in place and retaining the resilience and the sustainability overall of our farming systems and our hill country. So there's no question that that's the right way to look at it, and there's no question. At the heart of this is a few things. One of them is trees. Probably the biggest thing is trees in the right way. And so I can just endorse everything that Councillor Williams has said. I do think that there are questions about exactly how we go about that, and I think we need to look at that in a post-cyclone, climate-smart, resilient recovery frame. I think a number of the questions and comments today have highlighted that there are gaps in community engagement that we can quickly backfill and should. And, Councillor Williams has suggested one way of doing it. We'll take two ways. One way is we do need to workshop this as council, but we also need to take it to the community. But look, trees and farm planning at the heart is really solid ground to be working from. So it's just a matter of how we define our role and what we decide we will do and what we will step back and let other players in this whole ecosystem do. What we can't fail to do, though, is recognise that we have a role above everything in catchment management and soil conservatorship, and that is the ground that we have got to recover and capture. And also at that level, just in terms of engaging with Te Ao Māori, to my mind, that is one of the key contact points, the key connectors into Te Ao Māori, because all of this catchment level management, the catchment planning, which we must do, we're required to do, all has to be under Te Manawatū framework anyway. So that will, if we focus on that and get that bit right, a lot, all the good stuff will happen. It's as we heard earlier this morning, it's going slow to go fast. Thank you.
Councillor Foley and then Mr Eden.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm sure there's, thanks, Michael, plenty more detail in the background here, but what I'm not seeing, I'm sure, is just the risk management around this. So the classic example at the moment is we've spent, many years on waterway fencing and planting and didn't really think about what happens in a cyclone. Well, now we know what happens in a cyclone, and a lot of that investment's gone. And I'll make particular reference to pests and particularly deer. So, as you're aware, we've got a reasonably thorough possum, have completed a possum review on the program and looking to change that, albeit defer it due to the cyclone, but nonetheless it's there. Deer's come up number of times in the last year or so, and we've never really got an answer that sort of satisfies anyone other than it's the government's problem, not ours. But nonetheless, if we're going to spend all this investment, we need to, it feels bloody good planting a tree, but, either getting eaten before it even gets a chance to grow, or we have stands of trees that then become ideal habitat for, deer to thrive in and stuff. So, yeah, I'd just make that point, and I'm sure it's all there in the background, but, yeah, make sure that it's all accounted for.
Yeah, absolutely. And to put it into black and white, it adds significant cost to plantings, to predator control, which have been factored into the farm plans, in particular native plantings, as we know. And it goes further in that, farmers have an aspiration around improving biodiversity in general terms. And we observe that there's lots of, existing native plantings on land, and the sentiment from farmer, we'd love to do something with that, but the fencing is expensive and it just keeps dropping slightly below the priority that's in front of them at the moment. Now, if you can build the aspiration is a longer, wider term farm plan that calculates and factors in the cost for conservation and biodiversity outcomes alongside some of the other financial returns that can be driven through these sorts of improvement projects, then I think there's a way through this, but it's a challenge.
Thank you. Mr Eden and then Councillor Roadley, and again, it's time, so if we can keep our questions and comments shorter rather than longer, please.
One was just around the Te Ao Māori. Again, I know it's been commented on a couple of times, so I suppose I like the report overall, but mostly a bit more strength. And obviously we're going through Te Manawa Te Wai, so we'll be in through our treaty settlement group, so it's going to be a focus on we'll take a large part of our time. So I suppose for any reports and that going through regional council, obviously that's quite important in any structure and process moving forward. And yeah, I suppose, yeah, the bit, and it was mentioned before, so in that whole engagement process and that when we look at engaging with mana whenua, ensure strong treaty of Waitangi partnership, I think needs to be a bit more than a comment in a box. We need to put some detail for us, and we sit on the committee to have faith in the process. I'm just saying it needs a bit more work to be done in that area. Yeah, just so you're aware. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Roadley?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, second crack, so I'll keep it really short. Just wanted to raise a point around community engagement, and that there is some tension between the work that'll be happening up in the upper catchments and the downstream benefits that will be felt. But this actually is a personal conversation with individual landholders. It's not a public consultation. There is no, in my understanding, there is no opportunity for the public to feed into what the landholders' aspirations are. They actually are what they are. I guess our job is to influence them in the way that we can and in a direction that we'd like it to travel, but it is not a public consultation.
I'm just listening to what Councillor Roadley said, and in some ways I strongly disagree, because what the farmers do inland, upstream, affected us. It affected us. So things need to change. Right Tree Right Place has been in place since 2000, there's a couple of terms. Now it got pushed to the back in the 3 years I was sitting there as co-chair of the Māori committee. Was pushed to the back because border security was the kaupapa. So sedimentation, said by your senior scientist, is the main stressor of the quality of our wai. So that impacts on the Māori. And what the farmers do affects us. Go and look at our houses. Go and look at our houses, sediment above a person. Killing people. The sediment under my house tried to rip the floor apart. 1988, in the Cyclone bowler, my mother's house got hit and my house never got hit. My mother's house got hit, she only had a little bit of water, tiny little bit of sediment. The solution was we're going to put forestry in place. We put forestry in place. What has it done today, whānau? Smashed all our bridges up. Then we were isolated. Then we were all in all this trouble. And all these years later, we had a flood again. And what happened? All the sediment. It's not improved. It's not improved at all. So who's to blame for this? Right Tree, Right Place has been there for a long time, but you pushed it to the side.
Point taken. And I think the problem, the first problem box in acknowledging and highlighting probably our sedimentation issues, which is what's driving this program of work. Can I just make sure, Michael, that you've got a bit of a collection of things I've picked up on the way? I heard delivery versus strategy. That's going to be a big question for us on how much ours is the strategic planning role and how much we have in delivery. I've heard that the risk profile around pests, and I'd like to add carbon prices, and probably investment and interest rates are going to be part of that risk profile, which I agree with Will probably is something that should come out. A clear picture around the detail around what the Māori worldview is in relationship to this, that we bring that perhaps into all three of these problems, investments and benefit pictures, because they'll inform across all of those. And I think the next one was for me, and I've heard it a couple of times, maybe even in the sedimentation issue, is probably what's missing for me in the problem statement is something around soil focus. It's kind of referenced in this suboptimal land use practice, but really what we're talking about is probably as a regional council a move away from real focus on soil types and soil conservation, soil biology, more to it simply as erodible land. And I think that including that into our problem statement is a way of bringing back some awareness of that I think would bring benefit to those next two pieces. So what I think we're hearing is that that's a good start. We want to have a workshop to make a decision on which of the ones we want to push on with. Is that what I'm?
Chair, I was going to move that we actually receive the paper and consider there's 1 and 2. And that we workshop on the options, that's 1 to 3, we workshop on the council-specific role as enabler, and any of those strategic questions that you've got up there, make sure that we need a couple of hours to do that, not 5 minutes, and that's no criticism of anyone, it's a busy calendar. And then that would enable us to come back and debate any outstanding issues at the June meeting. So that's really what I'm proposing, that we workshop the outstanding issues and receive the paper in the meantime ahead of the June meeting.
So you would like to move 1?
1 and 2.
1 and 2, and an amendment that simply says we will workshop outstanding issues.
Yes. Where strategic direction is sought. Yeah.
I'd happy to second that and talk to it when there's an opportunity.
Okay. Any comments? Any other comments on that, Katarina?
Just to further add on to this, if you could add some Māori advisors on there so that it lines up with our, it was with the Kotahi plan, so it should still be talking about the overarching Q-to-Ki-Tai whakaaro that should be there at the top, so we don't even have to mention it later on, because it should all just fall down, just like Te Mana o Te Wai. So like we just know the hierarchy, and then we'll be at ease. We can address these properly. Kind of
you take that to the Māori partnership team to
look
at how that's dealt with. Okay.
So that was...
Okay, any other comments? So you'd like to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, so I just wanted to be clear in seconding the recommendation that in workshopping options, that workshopping can't simply be restricted to workshopping the options that are being presented here, which are all variants on a predetermined idea of the role of Land for Life, the council's role. What we need is the time to actually consider the jobs to be done and which bits of it we should be doing within that Land for Life framework. Thank you.
I think that's covered under the strategy versus delivery part of that conversation. Think so, Michael?
Yeah, and Chair,
the regional council's role and the functions that would be required to scale up will be covered in other parts of the business case, which actually don't feature here. There's sort of passing discussion on it earlier on. Yeah. So the management case, which is one of the next ones to develop. So, ideally, the committee would see as many of the options reasonably well developed, as many of the cases reasonably well developed before, so they can have an informed discussion around the options.
I could just close, Chair, before the motion's put by saying that workshop will give the opportunity for us to have a better understanding of what's thought about the council's role at the management level.
Yep.
And I wish to apologise that in my opening remarks, I didn't draw on the critical need for Mātauranga Māori to inform this whole program, and add my personal aspiration that there is a very much biodiversity emphasis to this whole thing. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's me.
All said. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Okay, we have a motion. All those in favour? Aye. Aye. Any against?
Aye.
Thank you. Great, welcome Louise.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will be quick compared to everybody else. Sort of been squeezed in. So all the presentations that you've heard today and will continue to hear today are part of the ongoing recovery that fits in with our environmental resilience plan. So I'm just going to give you a brief update on where the immediate recovery team is at and the work that we've been doing since we met last time. So it's been 3 weeks since we submitted the environmental resilience plan to the Regional Recovery Agency. And since then, we've continued to work across 3 sort of work streams in the recovery space together with the Regional Recovery Agency. The first one is that we're working at pace with the Regional Recovery Agency and the other councils to prepare for post-central government announcements next week in a collaborative way. We are working with the Regional Recovery Agency in our role as the Environmental Resilience lead on the Regional Recovery Plan, which they're pulling together at the moment. When I say they, I mean the Regional Recovery Agency, the different chapters that will form that Regional Recovery Plan, and that's due to be submitted to central government by the 30th of June. And the third work stream is working towards the second edition of the resilience plan. We haven't received any more guidance on what they want that to look like. The only information that we've had is that the tentative date is now the 1st of September rather than the end of September, which does reduce our timeframe by an entire month. And there's lots of other work that will be going on in the community engagement space in that time frame as well. So we are slightly pushed for how we can go out and engage with impacted communities between now and then, both around the land categorisation conversation and the resilience plan in that reduced time frame. So we're just working through what that might look like. It's pretty much.
When will you have an update on the sort of timeframes for that?
So one, we need to land what the priority engagement will look like, which is the land categorisation. We're still working through that with a central government, the Regional Recovery Agency and the other councils. That will set an immediate time frame for those priority conversations, and then we will be working on the other kind of engagement to fit in around that. And it might mean that we will be starting in the peripheral kind of community areas that weren't as heavily impacted and running parallel programs, but we are trying to do it together with the other councils as much as we can.
Thank you. Questions for Louise? Mr. Eden.
Yeah, just a question. So, because in that, when the first planning was done, a lot of people were actually in recovery mode, so they didn't actually participate in that first process. So I just need to make that point, because I can speak about myself. We were all busy digging and doing what we needed to survive, but obviously our time's freed up a little bit more to actually be involved and to look at, hey, what do we need to do within our community? So I just want to make that point because some people said, oh, you should have been at the plans. I said, well, no, we were too busy, digging out our whares and working at the marae. So I think there'll be a lot of people in the community now that in a better position than where they were previously. So it'd be good to recognise those people and give them some support.
Totally accept that point, yeah.
Point, thank you. Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Lisa, I just want to I've got some confusion about your role and the scope of it in terms of the title is Regional Council Recovery Manager. There's a focus on, if you like, the engagement with the Regional Recovery Agency, but equally there are internal regional council deliverables that we want to stand up, recover, etc. And we heard of several of those today. I just want to ask you, your recovery team, does it include standing up and recovery of our emergency response capacity, both internal to regional council and through the joint committee?
Not directly, no.
Why not? Why is that?
That wasn't part of the remit that I was given as part of this recovery role. So my recovery manager role is as a conduit of information between this regional council and the regional recovery agency, and working with the task force and coordinating internal work streams that are part of our environmental resilience plan.
Okay.
So Councillor Quinn, I might just let the Chief Executive also comment on that before you...
Well, that's helpful because my understanding was that it was a broad spectrum overview of recovery across the board, but it's not that. So that's useful for me. So I'm really interested to know how and where we're doing the rest of that equation.
Mr Mayfield?
How are we doing the rest of it? You mean civil defence, emergency management?
Well, no, there's a whole host of recovery beyond an engagement with the Regional Recovery Agency.
Well, the Regional Recovery Agency is actually the agency that has an umbrella over the whole lot. So it doesn't matter whether it's social, environmental, economic or cultural, they're working across the whole lot. They're to pull the whole lot together.
Including the Regional Council's recovery, is that right?
The Regional Council's recovery, our management of our recovery and the recovery of our community is governed by that, yes, and then through to the Sir Brian Roach Task Force. That's how it's structured.
So internally to the Regional Council, for example, we've had depleted resources as a result of the event. For example, our staff secondment to civil defence, for example, and other, if you like, draw on resources. Are you saying that is governed by the Regional Recovery Agency?
No, internally we apply resources where we see fit and manage that as we do. At the moment, most of your civil defence people are on holiday, well earned. They've been doing that for May. I think you are advised as a council of that, and they're coming back as they do. When they do, they're going into various projects where they're being applied to things that we need them to right now, or they're actually still finding equipment, which is dotted all around the region, completing their claims against NEMA and processing those, which is a huge exercise, quite frustrating. And some of them are immediately looking towards the future. And Ian, for example, is helping Doug Tate in terms of the review.
I think we're going to leave that part of the conversation there, but I will pick up the point.
Well, there's an opportunity for debate.
Discussion, but I will bring up the point that actually your answer does highlight exactly, I think, the question on the table, which is, as an organisation who is the administrative body of civil defence, we take the rate, we keep the staff in-house. There has not been a place, and there is not within this, is what I'm picking up, a place where we are hearing where we are at civil defence. Is our equipment all in place? If there's an earthquake tomorrow, where are our staff? Have we even got staff on hand? That piece seems to be in a hole. We've got the review and the CEDM committee, we've got community resilience, we've got all these things going on with a recovery manager, but actually this council has never heard actually what's in house right now? Do we even have a generator? Actually, maybe they're all around the country. We wouldn't know. I think that's what it's raising. So
Is that
what you're alluding to?
It's slightly bigger than that, but.
It's slightly bigger, but I'm trying to bring it right back to those issues of internally here. Where is the place for us to have that conversation? Okay.
Do you want an update from Civil Defence at the next meeting?
Well, I'm staggered that we haven't had anything, right. After 3 months, zero. We've got work streams for standing up stop banks. To me, the emergency response capability and capacity is equally as important as a stop bank. And I don't know what the plan is to make sure of it.
Yes, okay. So the answer is yes, please. Yes, thank you. Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly.
Thank you.
Louise, just trying to get clarity about what, if any, outputs we're expecting back from this sort of first phase of the locality and resilience planning. Is it simply going to be in the form of a new template and maybe some interim decisions from government on resourcing for the Regional Recovery Agency, or is there going to be a synthesis document? I'm just conscious that it has been some duplication. So are we going to see, is there going to be a publicly available synthesis?
The regional recovery plan that the Regional Recovery Agency is putting on? Yes, so it's pulling together the information from all those locality plans under the different PO headings. So they have a team of people working at the Recovery Agency on that. That plan will go to the central government task force, and it will be a public document. They will have avoided duplications and all of that. They will have correlated up sort of bundled bits of funding from different places into what that looks like for the region. In the meanwhile, our organisation is pushing ahead with all the work streams that you've heard this morning and the funding that's coming in that I think Susie will give you an update on later today around how we're progressing with some of the work that we put in our plan as being part of our recovery.
Do you have any sense when that, what I'm calling a synthesis report, is
so
due?
The 30th of June is when it's due for government.
Councillor Roadley and then Councillor Williams, and we have about 4 minutes. Thanks.
Right.
Thank you, Louise. Just, thank you, Chair. Just thinking about 31st as being a pretty big day for all those whānau that are affected and waiting to hear that information. What's your sense of the regional council's position in supporting our constituents on that day? Is that what's being covered on the hui on the 30th, that we're going to have some common language and we're going out as a...
Yes.
Just very briefly, thank you, Chair. There was a reference to debriefing to listen to the communities. We received, as an example, some quite excellent feedback from Melanie Swain from the work the community did in Esther on the immediate response in Bayview. Is this debrief, does that cover that type of, to Neil's point, community response and their vision for future learnings from that? Or does that fall within the Recovery Resilience Plan rubric, or is it a different conversation that we need to be having with our communities?
I think it probably will get picked up for the second edition of the plan, particularly through the locality plans.
Okay.
That type of feedback and stories about what happened and who stood up and did what and how that worked.
Yeah.
It doesn't sit necessarily within the environmental resilience PO, but it will sit within the other locality plans.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't realise Kerry had her hand up. So last question. Hi, Kerry. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. I heard you mention through your report a term of PO chapters. I was wondering if you could just explain what that is for me.
Yeah, sure. So part of the regional recovery framework was that locality plans and our environmental resilience plan would feed into the regional recovery agency. There were 6 identified kind of topics that needed to be covered in that plan. So environmental resilience, economic growth, the primary sector, community and whānau welfare, just being some of them. When the regional recovery plan is put together, it will have pulled information from all of those locality plans into those PO-relevant sections. So pillars of environment, economic growth, the primary sector, so they'll form like a chapter, if you like, of the regional recovery plan that will then get submitted to central government. All of that is tied into the budget bids that were put together way back when, in the 14th of April. So it's a little bit retrospect because of the timeframes that we've been given.
Thanks, Louise. I'm happy to move from the chair that we receive and note the recovery manager's update.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. All those in favour?
Oh, hang on, Madam Chair, you're having debate on this or what?
On receiving the report? You'd like to debate receiving the report?
Well, I'd
yes.
like to.
You'd like to speak to it? Yes,
speak to it.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to speak to this because I do want to pay tribute to the staff, particularly Chris and his team, for standing up and recovering our stock banks with such urgency and such speed and working all God's hours to make that happen. We had a failure of our stock banks due to the event, and the response from this council has been outstanding. We equally had a failure of our emergency response, and I'm pleased the staff are coming back from their holiday and they can now get on with standing that entity up. It's simply not good enough to leave such an important and vital component of recovery for so long. I'm concerned that it's not featuring in our plans. Our rural recovery doesn't include it, and we need it to. We need it to have heard back from civil defence what's happened, where they're up to, and what their recovery plan is. We have not seen that. I would like to see a plan post-haste in front of us before too long that tells us and gives confidence that we can respond in an emergency, which, as I said earlier, can happen tomorrow or the next day. I don't know that. I'd also like to know what our capacity is internally, given the demands that were held and resources held for the regional council staff itself. Are we in a position to stand up again in the event of an emergency, or do we need to take extreme measures to make sure our communities are protected? And finally, Madam Chair, I want to comment on the community engagement and to make it very clear what our community is saying about the responsiveness of our council by default, collectively owned, should be owned by all of the community and all the local authorities, is that we were not successful with the structure we had for emergency response, emergency resilience, building understanding of things such as lifelines. We failed in that regard, and it is our job, along with recovering stock banks and recovering and replenishing the countryside, to make sure we are ready with a response next time round. It is a vital component of recovery, and I'm concerned that our planning and thinking around this has omitted it and not included it as a vital element. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Any against? Thank you. Thank you, Louise. Item 11 is a verbal update, and I think that's you, Mr Bayfield.
I believe it is.
Yes.
Happy to do so. A lot of change in literally the last week. So let's start. Largely Hastings and this council kicked off the silt and debris collection to start with and managed that. In the last month, it's become clear that it's region-wide. So the agreement that had been reached by Hastings and this council was extended to Napier, Central Hawke's Bay and to Wairau, so that we now have a task force that consists of basically all 5 councils, still led largely out of the core of Hastings, but Wairau initially had to literally do its own, was cut off, but we're now there with them and talking to them about the next stages, so we're all in it together. That combination of the 5 of us acting together allowed us to, while our recovery plans all submitted individual numbers for silt. We received some money from the government, and in 3 tranches. I want to address all 3 tranches, and they've come together literally in the last week. So first tranche is to do with residential property, and is our own lands, 70 odd million. And that task force that we have on the go at the moment is basically continuing that, flat out working on what's called a ticketing system, doing well, but make no mistake, it's huge volumes of both debris and of silt. We met today with the minister, the new minister Associate Minister for the Environment, Rachel Brooking, whose task is actually waste and waste management. So it was pretty good to be able to engage with her and hear her support for what we were doing and how we were going. That kind of first 70 million is relatively easy to deal with. That's the known way we've been doing it. The next 70 odd million is for corporate, what's the P? Commercial properties. And that's a very different shift for us, for all 5 of us, from where we've been going with that money, and that we had previously been picking up waste on a targeted basis. But now that commercial properties money says that you apply for a grant to a grants board, if you like, task force. There seems to be a lot of task forces. And that task force can grant you that you meet the criteria to have your waste picked up or assisted. And that provides you with $40,000 basically as a free grant from the monies, and then up to $210,000 more, which is 50% from the government and 50% from the commercial property. So we'll see that kicked off. We've been waiting for criteria. You mentioned the criteria. As of last night, things changed dramatically and 2 key matters were dropped. And so we have literally this morning received the heads of agreement for that. So it now gets added to the first lot. And they have dropped what was a rather unusual cost sharing requirement or profit making requirement from their criteria, which is we're pleased about, particularly with. And it was interesting that Hastings was able to provide them advice, if you like, on the use of leased land and contractors, etc., and the complicated nature of many of the orchards that they were dealing with. And also the criteria that was supposed to be in there from MPI have been dropped. And they will be addressed now through the individual contracts. So the criteria on the individual contracts that you can't use this money to buy a new car and you can't use this money to do X, Y, Z. So that's the 2 big bundles of money, and they're kicking off. The third bundle of money was originally given to, well, has been given to TPK, and that's because the first 2 did not allow for Marae. So a third bundle of money was given to TPK, and TPK has looked at that and has realised that it would be quite silly, really, for trucks and clean-up crews to be going along a road and then stopping because they hit a Marae and leaving that to somebody else. So TPK has asked us through the task force to handle that. They have their own decision-making crew, so they'll be making the decisions on what Marae come first and how they'll be managed. We'll just simply be actioning it. The silt and debris, the definitions of sediment and debris, because it is actually sediment. And it is very interesting, the definition of sediment, and I'd like to pay tribute to those staff that have been involved in it in their debates with Wellington, and also the efforts of the young guy from the Ministry of the Environment who's been up here for quite some time, who's been arguing very hard with his peers in Wellington to make sure that the definition of sediment is suitably broad. So sediment actually includes anything up to a boulder. It's no longer silt as such, which gives us much greater flexibility, and also debris has a much broader definition than it did before, so it's not limited to our kind of concepts of just what might be lying on orchards. It's what's lying on anything from a river mouth to a bird's nest in a river, for example. And so debris has that wider. I think that we have been given a suitable sum of money that I doubt will be completely sufficient, but it's a pretty good start. And I think we've formed an integrated task force across the 4 districts and ourselves, and now working in conjunction with TPK, we should cover everywhere. And now we just have to go to work as fast as we can. And I think that's one of the things that we discussed with the Minister today, which is, it's been a long time coming. The hold-up of a criteria has been nearly 2 weeks. And now we find that they're not necessary. So it's, can we now go? And the answer is basically, Susie, we're just waiting for the heads of agreement to be signed literally by Friday, and then we should be taking action. And so that will undoubtedly be part of the announcement by the Minister on the 31st.
Excellent.
Oh, one last thing. The task force that will make the decision on the commercial properties, we're looking to engage with, Hastings have been used working with the industry quite closely. Industry leaders have been guiding them on where to pick up first from and prioritising, and that's proved very successful. And so there's that group that will decide who gets the grants will probably consist of something like one local person, local government, 4 from relevant industries, and 1 person from central government to maintain the links and the information flowing through out of that so they can see that we're following good practice. That group's also got to be established in the next literally 2 weeks.
Thanks. Excellent. Councillor Hokianga.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one. I know there was a previous discussion around the timing on when we might expect the marae to be addressed in that whole sort of process. Would they likely be up the front end?
To me, they are. To me, they are. And, now we were really worried that we would get the money to go on our lands, district council lands, if you follow me, and be seen to be doing that. The commercial would start to get going, and you'd see a marae sitting there waiting to get its money. And now I think TPK has been really clever in aligning with us. They will still make the decisions, but what we discussed today was actually that we want to do those first.
Thank you.
And we also have to note that an awful lot of them have done an awful lot themselves.
Councillor Roadley and then Ms Hopkins online.
Kia ora, thank you, Bill. Yes, we have been waiting since that first announcement was made and chomping at the bit. Is this public knowledge? Are we able to... Just now. Well, are we able to go out to constituents who are literally banging on the door saying, when are we going to start this process? Can we say, expect something next week? Is that clear enough?
The hardest part of this process will be the commercial part, I believe. I believe that the TPK money, and that's why I'm going to say that I believe that the local government side will get moving within a week, and TPK, the marae could get moving within a week if they make the decision on where they want them to go. But I would have picked that the commercial will be a week behind that.
We'll be coming to Susie with an application of some...
The application will be exactly the same process as the Disaster Relief Trust. We're doing flyers that you can hand out to your commercial entities, like the Disaster Relief Trust, and that we're looking to go live with the tool on the 29th.
Excellent.
Thank you for your work.
Ms Hopkins? Hopmans.
Okay. Kia ora. My question is there a definition around what qualifies as commercial? I'm conscious that we have trusts administering Māori land, which for some might have quite humble returns, but they're not residential, they're not marae, and I would classify them as commercial. I just wondered if there was any limits around what will qualify as commercial.
There are, and that may give us a slight problem. On the other hand, I'm not clear exactly what the definition of marae is, and so let me explore that and come back to you.
Thank you. Just to note that, for example, Aroparanui was really badly hit. No marae there, but plenty of Māori land that was impacted, that was cropped.
Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Bill, for that summation of what's been a very challenging journey, and I'm sure will continue to be as we roll into implementation. So I don't think we can probably get the answer today, but I think everyone around the table knows that this whole area of the definition of what is commercial is very challenging, and that wherever we land, we're probably going to have an issue around the lifestyle segment, about people who fall outside for whatever reason. So we're going to be vitally interested in who falls inside as well as who falls outside of this, and let's not forget that. The point I was making earlier this morning was that as we roll this out, for people who do qualify, there's still this intersection in the commercial, an intersection with our own assets and our own work programs. And I'm aware of multiple situations where landowners' own recovery is contingent on works on council assets, culverts and drains are classic, where they've blown out and access is a problem, or you just simply can't restore a paddock. So this is why I ask questions about where the linkages are going to be, that there's not going to be a constraint on our side that's getting in the way, or that there's good communication around that. And I do go back to the question I asked this morning about how we're communicating our own progress on those assets that our landowners depend on. Our online interactive map was last updated on the 9th of May, and it still doesn't have timelines around action. Right? So it's gone no further than last time I raised this. It doesn't actually tell a landowner anything. It doesn't, so they're just, and this is an easy thing to solve, so there's less phone calls. So the clarity about what we're doing with our own assets so they can figure it into their own decisions. Thank you.
Councillor Williams?
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, the 70 million, how much of that's already been spent? How much do you think this pool of money is going to bite off this entire chunk of effort?
Susie and I are having an argument about exactly how much has been spent, but I like Susie's version because my version was the bigger number that's already been spent. And we actually asked the 4 district councils to submit that number to us, I think yesterday. We haven't got all the information we want, but I've no doubt we're going to land it shortly. And I think on the basis of what I previously told you, I really like Susie's number because it says that more is available of that 70.
So it's less than 70?
We haven't spent as much as we thought.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant. I think we're going to roll straight.
I just had one question, just around.
Sorry, Mr. Eden.
Yeah, that's okay, and it's just around, obviously, what Ms. Hopman said around those Ahu Whenua trusts as well, just the impact, because obviously their business in the tourism, huge tracts of land and along the catchments. So if we're not putting infrastructure in for that to support them, then obviously that has an effect down in the lower catchment, and then they've gone through this and struggling through. So it's just got to be, it'll be an important conversation when you look at the Upper Mohaka and those tributaries that all flow into the river. If they're not being supported, then that'll affect down the bottom. So it'll be interesting how that developments with those organisations, and if you call them commercial boards, their balance sheet's most probably low, but they have huge impact within the water catchments. And just the other thing on Marae, so is it better to come through your own organisations? Because I use Motu as an example, we're flooded, huge impact, and we have had some support, but then we look at the planning and the figures you're talking about, and that we're struggling to pay our bills. And so it'd be interesting to see where we fit into the picture, because obviously we'll monitor that and then we'd want to see something at the end of it. So I missed that first part, but obviously I'll mostly give TPK a ring as well and say, right, we need to have a conversation.
I would think that, like any piece of policy written at the moment, as we seek to roll it out, we'll find that there are holes in it, there are challenges with it, and there are difficulties with it. And that's partly why I want to have that government person on that task force who's part of making the decisions, so they see those difficulties and that therefore they're the loop that takes those back and that they might get amended. I like what our staff have done in terms of engaging and getting broad definitions. I think that's smart. I like what our staff have done in setting up the process and being able to describe that to government, such that the government felt confident to give that money to Hawke's Bay. I like the fact that the 5 of us are working together. So it's a great start, but I don't know that it's going to be, 1, enough, and 2, whether the definitions are going to be broad enough. If the corporate commercial monies are definitely based on viability, then there may be a bias towards getting highly productive land going as soon as possible. And there may be other types of land that are left longer. The same as our priority will be to clear our channels, etc. for us, and Hawke's Bay and others, Hastings and others, their roads. We may all end up short of money. I don't imagine that. And if you look at the money that we all requested in the locality maps and the recovery maps, we wanted a lot more than this.
And you'll be updating us as that comes to light.
One more, Chair.
Yes.
Bill, schools, where will they fit?
Yeah. Can I just say, yeah, they're one of the unknowns.
Schools got a separate funding budget and the government budget.
I believe the Ministry of Education has a separate budget to cope with everything for education. And again, how the hell are we going to take trucks, if you follow me, and diggers, doing a clean-up job past the school?
Chair, I'd like to move that we accept the interim chief executive's
It's a verbal
report.
update. Do we need to move a verbal update?
Well, that would give me an opportunity to have one last say.
Okay. Yes, you may.
Yeah, and look, it would be remiss
Happy
of
to
me
second it.
on behalf of many constituents if I didn't talk about the burning question. And I will just leave this with the interim chief executive. This issue has been well traversed, but this is for the public record, that this is the question about what we can and can't burn is both extremely challenging, but also very important, but also important to land absolute clarity on this as we roll out the rest of the recovery package around silt and debris. So I know that this is something that occupies a lot of the waking time of our interim chief executive, and I thank him for all his efforts, and we have always known how challenging this is, but we do have expectations and indeed the necessity to nail our final position as this fund goes out. Thank you.
And just noting that the burning issue lies within our regulatory team. Take your points. Happy to second. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Any against? And you can just roll straight into central government updates with it, or have you really covered those, or have you got extras?
You've got most of them covered. The next big phase of interest, if I could talk about that, is the rollout of the categorisation of land. That's the next big challenge, and that is gathering momentum, and we as the regional council play a key part in that. And we anticipate that our analysis and our landing by Paddle Delmore partners will reach a point where we can contribute as requested to the Minister's announcements on the 31st, and hence there is a briefing to all parties on the 30th, all elected members across all the councils and our own regional council. So all of that is really clustered, and that will occur. Then we literally go to work in terms of the more detailed. So it is about initial engagement that is quite broad with various groups around the region, those that are affected, and then more detailed engagement with the affected property owners. All of that will be taking place over the next, I would say, about 8 weeks. And that's being plotted and planned right now. There is an incredible amount of interest, angst, anxiety, obviously.
Yes.
But we have to take it in a staged approach to make absolutely certain that if you are going to make a definitive statement as to category 2 or 3, then you can back that up, because there will undoubtedly be challenges to that, as everywhere else in New Zealand that's ever done it has faced. So it takes a little while. We also would note that one of the major questions attached to that is just who's funding what.
Would you?
one question.
Yeah, I'll make a note there. I've got up there too. But would you like to touch on the ministerial inquiry into the land use? This is part of this report at this stage as well.
Right.
Well, just you've made a note because there is the question around the $10 million for woody debris and how that relates to us. That was just part of your paper on that.
Okay. Part of my paper.
Yes, it was.
You talked about all the little pots of money. Well, Minister Hanari has a pot of money of $10.5 million to deal with forestry slash, and that is split between Tairāwhiti and here, and we don't know exactly how that is to be accessed yet. I would imagine that it's much more Tairāwhiti than it is here, but on the basis of what I've seen. So that's that. The report of the ministerial inquiry into slash and land use change has reported. That document's out. The report's an interesting read called Outrage to Optimism, and it has some pretty hard-hitting messages with respect to forestry and the forest industry, and probably even harder in terms of the Gisborne District Council, and to a much lesser extent Wairā and ourselves. We are doing a review of that report that'll come before council, drawing on what it suggests, what we can learn from it, and also what opportunities it presents. There have already been discussions between ministers and the Gisborne District Council as to what its implications are. That was last Thursday. And arising out of that, there may be an opportunity for the Gisborne District Plan, which has been near ready to actually advance into a sort of planning framework for some time, that might be called in, or that a commissioner is put in over the top of it. They're both options are in the report. We've indicated that if that occurs, we could quite possibly recognise that a cyclone has impacted us, and that if there is an opportunity, as we were part of through Wairā, the original piece of work, that we could also join and learn and gain from that. Very early stages. I think we have to wait and see where Gisborne lands in terms, and the ministers land, as to which of those recommendations they wish to pick up and how they wish to deliver them. And I think that'll take some time, but it is a real opportunity for us. There's nothing like having a plan picked up if it's called in, because it's a fast, smooth process. I recognise that Hawke's Bay has its own unique piece of legislation that covers the role of PSGs in your planning framework. So we would have to take that slow and take that. But boy, you can fix up an awful lot of things when you get those people take over your plans and can advance it, particularly where they have the advantage, where you can only appeal to points of law on the High Court. Having worked in emergency situation in Canterbury with exactly that legislation available to us, it is a beautiful thing.
Mr. Eden?
Yeah, no, I'm right. Answer my question, thank you.
Ms. Hopman?
Kia ora. You mentioned that there would be a briefing of elected members of councils by the minister or ministers on the 30th. Is there any way to make sure that PSGEs are invited to that?
There's two different things I mentioned. One is there's a briefing to all elected members by their CEOs at the same time, right, the same day, which is the 30th, which is to prepare them for the process of what the minister might say. The minister's statements are on the 31st, as I understand it, and I can find out from the minister's office if PSGs will be briefed before then or be aware of it. I can certainly try and do that.
That would be great. Or I can check directly with Kerry on a booking if you like. Might be easier. Save you a job.
Yep.
Thank you.
She has the direct access to the task force and to what the officers do.
Ka pai. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So just to be very clear, what you were suggesting is that there is a potential process here that we might be able to put our hand up for, should we be minded to do so, around the way forestry is regulated in our regional plan. I guess the question I've got is, I actually don't think I'm not sure of what extent it is currently regulated as opposed to through the national standard. And also up for review. Yeah, so and also at district level. So I guess I've got a question for the staff, doesn't need to be answered now. Is that a base that's currently covered? A base that we would have covered in Kotahi if we'd gone that way? Where does it fit with the TAs in terms of what they regulate at a land use level, as opposed to our sort of discharge to water standards? It's definitely something we need to be alive to, but it's not least for the reason you just touched on. It's got a few dimensions to it, including the place of the national standards and our role administering that.
And come back. Time.
Thank you.
And last speaker before we break, Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bill. Just a very quick, before your arrival, we had commissioned our own report onto the large woody debris details across the rohe. And I'm just wondering, with the view that we could be joining this, whatever's happening in Gisborne, but even just feeding into our own knowledge and our kotahi planning. Could we unpack that a bit more? Could I ask that I'd just like to know, are we going to finish it? Which was the bits in Wairoa that didn't get done. Can we get that finished? And then can we have a discussion around it, around understanding that to inform us?
Sorry, can you clarify what didn't we finish?
When they did the measurements, they flew over with a chopper and they couldn't land in multiple sites in Wairoa, so they didn't actually do the assessment. And so the information isn't properly informed, it's assumed in those key areas. Okay. And so the second part of that is, once we've got all the information, can we then unpack it a bit? Because that kind of adds both into what might happen in Gisborne, because it helps us understand what's happening here. And then I think it's useful knowledge for us all.
I'll certainly find out.
Thank you. We have a recommendation that we receive and note the central government updates.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Councillor Roadley, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Aye. Any against? Carried, thank you. So we do have two more items. One is a science update, which is going to take a little bit of time. So shall I suggest we get 5 minutes fresh here and bring our tea and coffee back to the table?
Thank you.
You happy with that? Yep. Okay, we'll see you all at 25 past. So 7 minutes.
The tea is about to arrive.
The tea is about to arrive.
Yep.
Hi, councillor McIntosh. Oh, yeah, hi. Kia ora, kia ora. You're all going to thank me when you get home before 5 o'clock. Item 13.
Don't forget we'll catch the bridge.
Maybe not Wairoa. Maybe not Wairoa.
Okay, they pushed it out till 9 o'clock.
Are you sure,
I
girl?
saw it on the big thing as I came through. 9 till 5.
Welcome, Susie, and you're going to talk us through the administrating. Oh, here we go. I'm over.
Administration.
The recovery agency.
And recovery funding. Thank you. Thank you.
still struggling to hear.
Councillor McIntosh.
And I feel like we've actually touched on quite a lot of this throughout today in various pockets. So I'll go through this quite quickly and just reiterate a couple of key points. But the role of lead agency for funding. So I just want to touch on that again. Obviously, the recovery agency hasn't set itself up as a legal entity as such, and so until such time as that agency is able to do that, Hawke's Bay Regional Council are taking a lead role to help administer that, but also to help get recovery funding into the region. What's really important to know on that is to date, we've received the silt and debris money for residential purposes, and very shortly we will receive the commercial, and it is very likely at this stage the TPK money will come through as well. Now, I want you to be really clear, I can't do anything with that money yet until I'm given the all clear from the DIA and from other councils or through other parties to these agreements that we're all good to go and that we're ready, okay? So we have the money, we just can't use that yet. And sitting behind these things are agreements up the wazoo. So we didn't have these prior. So what is happening is I've got a funding agreement with the DIA. I've then got a heads of agreement with other councils. I've got SLAs in place, and I've got individual reporting requirements. So there's a lot of paperwork that's coming with just acting as a lead agency for that recovery. Happy to answer any questions, but we did talk about the recovery agency earlier today. And finally, in the last paper, we talked about the avenues for government funding. So at the moment, all of those pockets of money need to be worked through in terms of eligibility, who's going to get that money, how it's going to be allocated, and what it's going to be allocated for. It is really likely that in conversations with the DIA that some of that money is going to land pretty quickly on the first week of the new financial year. Government are pretty keen to get that out the door as soon as possible. But in order to get that money, obviously new funding agreements are needed, etc. And again, I'll reiterate, what's coming with that is really onerous reporting requirements, onerous collection of individual data, and all of this type of information is in the contracts that we are signing. So we are signing into a little bit of admin here. But I will reiterate, as I did this morning, that we are covered from a resource point of view to recover that. But anything I enter into, I have a back-to-back agreement with whoever I'm giving that money to, so that some of those accountabilities are discharged to who I'm giving that money to, so that they can report that back to me on how they're using it. I think that's probably the main key points in here.
Do you want to add to that, Bill?
DIA really like this woman.
So do we.
Councillor McIntosh.
You don't want to get mired in a whole lot of bureaucratic blah. And so, I mean, have you got the opportunity to negotiate those agreements you're doing to ensure you're not being saddled with a whole lot of nice to have but not necessary admin?
Yeah.
Limited.
Yeah.
Limited. And it's also in the skill that we have in terms of writing what they want. But for them to dish out large sums of Crown money, they've got other people breathing down their neck.
Right.
Particularly Treasury and IRD.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm a bit concerned about this because we offered to put our hand up to administer this thing. And the very fact that you're spending, I don't know how much of your job doing the agency's job concerns me. Even if we get the money back, there's a resourcing question there, but that's not actually my question. My question is, are we not only administering, this is my first one, are we not only administering the SILT funding, we're administering all those other pots of money that were in the previous paper, including repairs and, no, so it's just the 130 that was SILT.
We're quite choosy about what we see as to our advantage.
So that's the only money that we're the channel for, is that silt and debris, or sediment and debris. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And the recovery agency money.
And the second question was?
That might stay with us, it might not.
Thank you. The second question was, well, that's good. You mentioned residential. The three pots that Bill talked about before were local government, commercial property and TPK.
And the local government includes residential.
Thank you. And then my third question was, and I'm sorry, but it actually goes back to the previous paper, but they're kind of related. The 100 million for local government resilience, and it says in the paper, may provide financial support for the repairs that we've been doing. Do we know whether we're likely to have a shortfall that's unrecoverable from insurance, NEMA, for what we've been doing that was in the paper earlier today, and is that 100 million going to be available for that? Sorry, it's slightly off topic, but they're all kind of tangled up.
No, so there's a few things
There's
in
a
there.
few things there.
Yeah.
The first is we've raised with central government the recovery of our civil defence emergency management money from NEMA. So we're still pursuing that.
Yeah.
I think there's about 30% is all we've actually gone for so far. So out of the 10 million, if I remember rightly, we've got a settlement on about 3 million and we got about 70. If Andrew Siddle could nod, he could help me, but about 70%. And we're kind of arguing about that. That's quite standard, but it's not good. It means that if you sort of run that as a trajectory right across the 10 million, you end up with, a sizable shortfall. And that's, of course, not, that's ours. What was the other sum of money you mentioned?
Well, it's just that, as I understand, we've spent 50 on stock bank, so I think it's going to be a shortfall of about 20. Are we going to get that back through this 100? That was the question.
I doubt it.
So the shortfall, there is an intention to get the shortfall back, and we talked about the shortfall this morning in relation to rates, etc.
Yeah.
So no, there isn't an opportunity. If we see one, we will try and grab it. We did put a bid in for our shortfall into the recovery bid process.
We're likely to get stuck with about a 20 million shortfall.
Yeah, correct, yeah. I do want to draw your attention though, point 7, sorry, Bill didn't raise it earlier, in point 7 in the prior paper. So it says 100 million is going to be available for Crown investment with local authorities. So if that's a critical sentence there. Yeah. Yeah.
Co-investment is a term that suddenly appeared in a number of emails.
Called half a promise, it's another way to talk about it. Anyway.
Councillor Roadley and then Mr Eden.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Susie. Martin didn't want to go there, but can I just ask, you're not rocking in the corner, so you're feeling really comfortable, you've got capacity to do this extra work. You're still smiling, smashing it out. No worries. Good deal.
We have on the commercial side the capacity requirements in there are reviewing assessments. We have outsourced that to Pricewaterhouse because it's quite a technical, is your business viable type scenario, and we don't have capacity or capability to do that at pace across the region. So that is outsourced. We're allowed to do that under the agreement. And really, so the heat has been taken out of us. And because we're following a trusted process like we did in the Hawke's Bay disaster relief, we're tapping into the same process.
Yeah, and my question just around that DII TBK process, around the application process, because obviously, I suppose for someone they're already working through that process of DIA and that, but whether you carry on, and that'll be a conversation we have with DIA and TPK, or where does it fit within the process, whether we apply through that Te Oranga Fund and that for our maraes and that, through the release of those funds, or do we come to your fund and then put those applications in? Because obviously we're getting quotes for builds on Marae and that to rebuild, so where that's going to actually fit in the process. So do we just carry on with the same process, or we come back to your process?
Can't really absolutely help you the way I'd like to at the moment. Our fund is for sediment and debris. And that's the TPK money that they look as if they're going to link in with us. It might be in the next literally couple of days that they sort it out where it's handled through the same process as ours, which I think would be a lot smoother and smarter, with them providing a couple of decision makers onto that. So that would work for us and work for them. But as for rebuilds, etc., no, I think that's a separate set of funds. Okay. And that, I think, is going to be the challenge for everyone. It's working out where the hell the funds are and what the process is to get them.
Ms. Hopman?
No, she's got a hand up.
Oh, she was no. Yes, yep, you're on there. Mr. Curtin, Councillor Curtin, yep.
Yes, just for clarity's sake, the funds that we're looking to administer in the first instance are part of the current year's central government budget, and they're the debris and sediment and debris fund. And what's the grand total of that?
It's about 130 million, but that goes to 30 June 2024.
Oh, okay, so it straddles
Yep,
two financial years. So at the moment, we're only administering one tranche of funding already allocated from a budget perspective. It doesn't include any of these other identified tranches coming through central government in the earlier paper.
No, they will likely hit next year. So those ones in item 11 will hit next year.
And decision-making, because it was raised, decision-making around allocating those to particular projects, is that the recovery agency determination? We're simply writing the cheque. Is that right?
Combined wisdom at this point of the table thinks it's the recovery agency.
Thank you.
Space. Ms. Kawana?
Have we got the science people up next too? Because this is related, it's SIP related. So
Science is next.
Okay, this is still science.
Okay.
Just, because I saw this on TV, that's why I've got to pull it up. Just recently, there was a newer research done to inform HBRIC of the seabed sedimentation deposits, but it did not cover the north of Mohaka. And this was on mainstream TV. It was reported in national media. The question is why was Wairau Hard outside of the Wairau River mouth not included in the work? So, kind of disadvantaged before we even get to bid for the Pūtea.
Katarina?
Yeah, for the next one.
But hold on, Anna's actually nodding and waving. I think she's going to be able to ask that specific question in the next paper.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to, I bet you have another one for this part?
I'll wait for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bill's not going to be able to help you with that one, I don't think. Okay. Do you have questions? Sorry?
James would have.
He would have.
I'll disappear.
Well, yes, you can. I'm happy to move from the chair that we receive and note the staff report. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hokianga. All those in favour?
Aye.
Say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. And welcome, Anna. You have a whole half hour.
She's really got the graveyard shift.
The graveyard shift, yes.
Sorry, science.
Thank you, Mr. Bayfield.
Freezing.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
To keep you awake.
I like it. It's better than being hot stuff.
Screen.
I'll put your question up first for the presentation.
I can't feel it, but I think it's getting straight your way.
Okay. Sure.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you very much for the opportunity to actually present some of this information to you. I know it's a quick update and I will try and get through it at speed, and happy to take questions afterwards as well. Just a little bit of an update about how the cyclone impacts have affected us in terms of where HBRC science team has had to pivot in terms of what we need to view now, and also some of the opportunities that it's given us as well. So just one first thing is that this is not just in the recovery phase. The science has been going on since the response, since day 1, day 2 of the response, where we've had the asset managers, the scientists, the environmental information technicians out in the field gathering this data, and that was in that critical phase. So it was the first days and weeks, satellite imagery, flood inundation area, that sort of thing to help both the GECC, our own EOC and the territorial EOCs to make decisions during that phase. We're now probably more into the emerging or transitional phase where we're saying, and also the recovery phase, where we're saying what information are we going to need going forward to support the recovery, and how do we go about getting that? So what we've done as a science team, we've stepped back from our normal day-to-day business and just sort of changed our viewpoint into what we've identified as sort of 4 main pillars around the recovery initiatives. One is resilient land, climate resilience, water security and health, and integrated ecological assessments. And I'll just go through each one in a little bit of space. But probably the most important thing here is that the science funding isn't necessarily funding that we get to undertake science. It's us working with our partners at CRIs in the ministries in order to actually use the funding they have and the expertise they have to guide it into the Hawke's Bay region to try and answer some of the questions that we have. So this is one of the first pieces of work that was undertaken. It was commissioned by MFE for Manaaki Whenua. Manaaki Whenua Landcare Research did this on behalf of MFE. And it shows you really quite clearly, I like this slide because it shows you really quite clearly about the massive extent of the issue in Hawke's Bay. And this isn't around the flood inundation areas. This is around land damage. So predominantly this one uses class 6 and 7 land types. So it's not your flat land, it's more of your steeper land. And it just goes to show how much soil was eroded off the landscape during this event. So it wasn't just in the inundation areas, it was up in the hill countries as well. And they've estimated the cost of that lost soil into the economy as well. So this is probably one of our biggest things in terms of the pillars of resilient land. What do we need to do to make our land more resilient into the future? How was the land changed by this event? What areas were affected? How were they affected? Were some areas disproportionately affected? And is that based on the geology? Is it based on the rainfall intensity, the land use type? All that kind of information. One of the key bits of information, though, is how many landslides did we prevent from the soil conservation work that's been going on since Cyclone Bola? And that's going to be a really important piece of this puzzle because, of course, a lot of our erosion control scheme works that have gone in the last 3 to 5 to 7 years were too young to be effective in terms of stabilising soils. So there's a lot of consideration out there about the value of soil conservation works. But of course, there is a huge amount of value in some of those longer-term established plantings. So in terms of the resilient land, we've got a number of work streams that are occurring, and again, they're not all internally at HBRC. The majority of them are collaborations and relationships we have externally through the MB Severe Weather funding, through the recent recovery initiatives, and those monies do go to other organisations, so it's liaising with them in order to help get the information that we need as well. So LIDAR is a really big need. We flew LIDAR in 2020, 2021, and of course, based on that map you saw before, there's a huge volume of change in terms of our topography. So we need to understand that change, and we need to analyse the data set so that we can start to answer these questions about effectiveness of soil conservation, etc. Satellite imagery or aerial imagery, that's going to help in that process, that effectiveness of the erosion control schemes, quantification of land damage, and specifically a bit more analysis into what happened and where, and we're working with Manaaki Whenua on that one. and priorities for our land restoration. So a lot of those tails of the slips will need to be stabilised by plantings in the very near future. Now, I started this presentation a while ago and we started with flood resilience. And then I actually went, you know what, I've just come out of SOE reporting in which we told you all about the droughts that have been occurring over the last few years. I'll just explain this a bit better. So this one is actually all the oranges and reds are where we've had lower than normal rainfall, so droughts. And so I crossed it out and went, no, we don't need, there's flooding, but there's also climate resilience recovery going into the future, because it is highly likely that at some point in the next couple of years we're going to be talking about droughts and lack of water. So what we actually need to do there in terms of the science behind this is understand what Cyclone Gabrielle meant to us as a region. So that's all our statistics around the river flows, around the rainfall return periods. Understand that floods, droughts are all two halves of a similar coin in terms of water retention in the landscape, and how do we keep that going? How do we create sponges within that landscape, and where are they best placed? This on the right-hand side is just it's the 18-hour rainfall return periods for the peak of the cyclone, and you'll see there that a number of them exceeded that 1 in 100 and a few exceeded the 1 in 400 to 500. We don't have the equivalent for rivers because it is a very convoluted and difficult process to start unwinding that. That will be done, but it will be done over a longer time period. So in terms of the programs that we've got around that climate resilience is that LiDAR and satellite again, flood frequency analysis, so that's the one I said will be happening over the next 6 months, and that's about understanding what the return periods were in terms of those flood events, those river flows. Air quality, we're working with NIWA at the moment through MB severe weather funding. They have got an air trailer here and we'll be taking it around looking at the health impacts of silt and burning on the air quality within Hawke's Bay. We're also looking at historic wetlands versus the inundation mapping that we had done during the response, and that'll give us a good steer on where we might be able to revert wetlands in order to keep that water in the landscape. Also, we've got applications in progress for the MFE nature-based solutions for climate resilience. So that's around some feasibility studies that can help us with both our asset designs and anything that we look towards in terms of climate resilience planning. And image velocimetry, that's simply how we update our telemetry to give us information a bit quicker. And part of that as well, we've also got a project for water security and health, and that is groundwater quality monitoring. So what impact did the floodwaters sitting over this groundwater during the event have on our groundwater supplies? So that was another funding application that went through to the MB severe weather funding, and the monitoring's been completed and they're writing up the analysis now. The other thing is what does all the silt that is now currently sitting in the rivers mean for us when we go into a summer period next year in terms of low flows? Are our low flow levels still going to protect ecological habitat for fish and the like? So we're getting some advice on that.
Sorry, what was the first thing you said there? What was the
groundwater quality?
Yeah, what was the potential impact there?
So as the floodwaters sat on areas like Awatoto, Pakawhai and those areas, and they would have percolated through uncapped bores, they would have percolated through the ground. What impact did that have on our groundwater?
Groundwater levels and quality.
Groundwater quality, yeah. So our groundwater levels are quite high.
Even before the cyclone.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And that's a really big part of it is our groundwater levels and our soil levels of moisture were very, very high pre-cyclone. We had some of the highest levels we've seen because we had such an extremely wet 6 months coming into it.
Thank you. Sorry.
So the other part of this question is what impact has the cyclone had on our natural ecosystems? Where have we seen areas whereby we used to have thriving macroinvertebrates living in the stream bed, and now our teams have gone, or they went post-cyclone flood, and there's 1 or 2 worms in there because, to be fair, they've just been washed out. Part of this is around the re-establishment. So we've implemented monthly monitoring of our macroinvertebrate communities in our rivers and every 2 months for our estuaries as well, to track those recovery trajectories. We need to have recruits coming in from up the catchment into the area so that they grow on again. And we need to understand that so that we can actually assist them if things aren't going as we need them to be. We also know that pre-cyclone, we knew where we were, and we knew where we wanted to be in terms of the community consultation we'd had pre-Kotahi and with through the tank. Now we're not sure where we are, so getting to where we need to be could be difficult. So it's all about, at the moment, high frequency monitoring so that we can re-establish where we are. Sediment, so there's some quick facts about the cyclone, and that's for the entirety of the East Coast, but 115 million tonnes of sediment, half entering the waterways, 30% on the floodplains, and the rest going out to the coast, which is, I'll answer that question as well. So some of the programs we have in place here. So there is another MV Severe Weather Fund which is looking at integrated ecological assessment, so we're trying to tie in with that. We're collecting the data now because a lot of these funding bids have still got to go through the contractual process, and we know that if we don't collect the data, it's going to be lost. So we're busy collecting the data and at the same time trying to find the money to get the data analysed. Rivers, we've been collaborating in that process again with NIWA and Department of Conservation, and MFE have also brought some money to the table in terms of eDNA in some of the areas. So we do have pre and post cyclone eDNA for a number of our sites. Lakes, you will have seen the core that came in earlier. Now, one of the really interesting things, you saw the core and you saw the 30 years pre this event. One of the interesting things that Ariana had said to me earlier is they'd done this piece of work and they'd seen a flood from the 1700s. And the algal community took 35 years to go back to its pre-flood community type. So we're in for a long recovery period, and this is incredibly important information to help us guide that and hopefully support it. And in the marine space, we've had some, we've had a lot of the CRIs, a lot of the ministries come and say, we want to help support you. So NIWA sent down a team to do some estuary monitoring for us as well. And MPI have got some more funding in that space. The Ikateri was up, and that was the boat that did the side scanning of the seafloor that you were talking about previously. So that was not something that we commissioned. That is something that they did under their own funding and their own steam. But because we've invested in the science of our seabed mapping over the last 6 years, they had a baseline to go from. So they were able to go back out to the Wairoa Hard and do the deeper edge and say, has it been inundated with silt? They were able to go to Clive Hard and Tangoil. They weren't able to do huge tracks just because of funding, so they just simply did where they could get some information. Yeah, so I suppose, again, it's been a real sort of change for the team, and they've all been really good and agile about getting on the phone and ringing contacts. It's all been about trying to get people into the bay to do the work. So, yeah, any questions?
What a huge amount of work streams and work that's going on. Quite amazing. I'd be quite interested in hearing about almost every one of them so did that answer the question, or have you got some supplementaries to that?
No, it didn't really answer my question. But thank you. So was that MPI you were saying that?
That was NIWA.
So
NIWA brought the Ikateri up, and they, under their own steam, were interested in looking at the effects, and we're very grateful that they did, because it's a great data set. But they chose, and we helped them find sites. So because we'd done multi-beam for the Wairoa Hard before in that region and that area, and actually the northern part of the Wairoa Hard is our next scanning project. It was supposed to be done in March of this year. But because of the floods, we pulled back on that and just said, look, we want baseline conditions. We'll put that in for the protection and enhancement project next time.
Councillor McIntosh,
Did I understand that correctly? So the NIWA guys have they done an assessment post-Gabrielle of Tungoil and Clive?
Multi-beam. So what that does is it's like if you can picture an underwater drone. So it looks at underwater LiDAR. It looks at the topography and type of the seafloor, and it says the signal bounces back really strong here, so you're rock, and the signal doesn't bounce back very well over here, so you're mud. So it helps us understand the topography of the seafloor as well as the type of habitat that it is, whether it's a reef, cobble, hash, or mud or sand.
Okay, so that's a baseline one they've just done. Is that right?
That was the post-Cyclone Gabrielle one. So we have, as councillors, you have supported the collection of a lot of the multi-beam data over the last 6 years.
Yep.
So we'd already done the 2/3 of the Wairoa Hard area. We'd done some of the Tungoil Bluff area. We'd done the Clive Hard area. And so they were revisiting those sites to see if they could pick up a difference in the sediment substrate types.
Okay, so we should have an idea as to the.
Sorry, carry on.
You know, I'm going. So in fact, we should have an idea as to how much came down in Clive post Gabrielle.
In terms of, so that I think could be another piece of work that you're referring to. So while we can see where it is, you don't get the depth. We might be able, it's a few years pre and post, so you don't get the depth. That is a piece of work that we are hoping to do next financial year. We've applied to NIWA for some of their big boat Tangaroa days, for free, hopefully. And we hope to do that, doing coring, exactly the same type of coring, which shows us the depth. And what that will do is it'll help us say, this event is bigger than Bowler, equivalent to Bowler, smaller. And we know that, well, we have an idea of the trajectory back to health, or somewhat, for the marine space post-Bowler in terms of sediment. So it'll give us an idea of how that's tracking as well. The other thing that we are looking to do is we have had a person working on a hydrodynamic model of the bay for the last 4 years, a PhD student at Waikato, looking at a sediment-coupled transport model. And he believes he's able to use the algorithm he developed to look at those those rivers to be able to get an estimate, because of course a lot of our ISCOs, the things that take samples and tell us how much sediment's in the water.
Yeah. Mr. Eden and then Councillor Harding.
Just got 2 questions, and one's just, I suppose, around land use. And obviously, when you talk about climate resilience, and then I suppose if we look at the Upper Mohaka, again, I used as a couple of examples, some of those trusts looking at going to carbon farming, and then obviously that'll be the native taking off all those blocks and then replant. Then obviously the effects is going to happen lower down, because obviously they're looking at economic modelling, because they've got to generate pūtea for their whānau, they've got no houses to live in. So I'm just saying, when you look at the economics and future development for those blocks, just in what you're saying, obviously it's going to affect a low catchment if they head to that as a value proposition in the future, because they are looking at feasibilities at the moment in relation to change in land usage. So just picking up all your points, what you're saying about what potentially could happen.
And I'm hoping that we will have some more information from Manaaki Whenua about how different land uses worked through the cyclone, and where that worked and where it didn't, based on geology, soil type aspect and rainfall intensity, quite soon. But you raise a good point.
And the other point was just because I know when Bowler comes through, because our whānau used to dive on Pani, said it changed the whole topography of the areas, and it dumped a lot of silt. And so if the same amount of silt has come down now, you just wonder the effects on that environment on Pani and other reefs. And then how that affects our kaitaki, writing permits and customary process, because that has a longer term effect, doesn't it, if there's more silt dumped out there.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the whole point of these integrated ecological assessments is, where are we now? We knew where we were, where are we now? And that's going to help us to determine, well, how do we get to where we want to be? What's that trajectory, and do we need to support it, and if so, how?
Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Anna, it's always a pleasure to be exposed to the regional council science effort. But I think this package, you guys have excelled yourselves. It is so confidence inspiring, what we see before us today. My questions are around what's the pipeline, what's the trajectory for this, and where we can use this to inform decisions about how we support the region in recovery. And it's probably more directed towards the sort of the hill country pastoral side of things. I'm looking at your slide 2, I think it was, with your 4 different sort of buckets. And it seems to me like the resilient land and the climate resilient stuff are probably the core of what we need to go, okay, this is what happened. It's telling us more about sort of what happened. And that once we have most of that, we're probably just about ready to make some good decisions about the plans that we put in place. The more ecologically related stuff is going to help us to figure out trajectories and monitor over time. Simple question, when are we going to have enough information to make some really good decisions?
And look, you've seen some of those ones come at speed, and they come with like the map around the land damage. They come with provisos, because everything that happens at speed is open to change as we get more finesse into it. But 100%, the whole point is we can't be waiting for information in order to figure out where we need to go. And that's part of those nature-based solutions for flood resilience and looking at that landscape, because we're making, those conversations are going to be had soon. So we're really trying to front end a lot of the information to, provide for the likes of yourselves in terms of, and Louise, in terms of decision making. So I am very hopeful we continually get the information, and we are continuing to push it as a source of truth that we know right now. It may finesse later on, but you know what? Let's not worry about the finessing. We don't believe it's going to fundamentally change. The finessing is fine, but we need the information now.
Again, I'll just say, look, there's some of those bits of science are obviously a bit more fundamental to those decision making, and the like, what worked, what out there, and what planting worked. That's a kind of critical one. So if we had some kind of knowledge about some of the more critical aspect, those fundamental building blocks in the pipeline for those, that would be really helpful.
Thank you. As Sam said, it's such the most exciting part of what goes on. So we have a report. Do we have a mover to accept it? Thank you, Mr. Eden.
Job well done, T.
Job well done. Seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Carried. Well,
yeah, that's right.
Brings us to the close. Yep. Did you want to speak to us?
No, that's right. I'll ask Anna a question later.
Okay. A close of our meeting. Thank you to everyone. It's been a really long day. Apologies for the short time period we had to discuss things, and to everyone who felt didn't get their questions answered, and to those of you online who felt you missed questions too. We'll look to the next committee to look at how we're going to structure it, that we can get the updates that we want with time to actually have discussion, because we're going to have to split the issues somehow, because clearly it's too much and not enough time for discussion. So I thank you all very much for your participation, and close the meeting. I wish you good night.
Extremely well chaired.